Zaguero here, kicking off our fifth stream. If you watched the VOD from the last one, where I was attempting to go for a much longer stream, then ended up doing my shortest stream because my throat was hurting and I started feeling kind of dizzy. If you want an update on that, that was streamed on a Sunday. It is now Friday. I did not stream again since then because my throat continued to hurt. So I kind of feel like that stream was interesting because I seemed to get sick in real time. I don't know that I've ever had that happen before, to where I started feeling sick, and like normally like you wake up sick, or you know, you just out of the middle of nowhere you're sick. That one, like, I started feeling sick and I just got sick. Immediately after I ended that stream, I went and laid down and fell asleep for hours. Got up, ate some dinner, and then basically went to bed. And the next couple days it was same thing. Scratchy throat. My throat's still a little scratchy. I think that's just whatever at this point. But the big thing was just not necessarily like dizzy, but like off balance. I don't know if it's like a weird equilibrium inner ear thing. I heard there's a version of COVID that messes with your equilibrium. I don't think that's what it necessarily is, but who knows. But feeling better-ish now. Yeah, that's about it. We'll see how this goes. I'm not expecting to get dizzy and pass out or anything like that, but my throat might get worse as we go. And if that happens, we'll see how long I go. The goal is to go 3-4 hours, get through as much of the case that we're in the middle of as we can. Because like I said, the goal is still to finish out Ace Attorney, Justice for All, and then move on to something I think might actually pull some viewers in. I'm not quite sure what that is yet. I've been playing Last Epoch, and I'm enjoying that. I don't know if everyone would actually tune in for that. I might stream it, because maybe I have a build that someone wants to check out. But that might be what we do next. So the goal is to get through Phoenix. Right, we got 2 cases. We only got through the investigation phase on 1, so I'm imagining, probably 5 hours left on this case, and then like 8 hours on the next case or something like that. So the goal would be 3-4 more streams to get through the rest of this, depending on how long we can go, and then we'll kind of see where things are there. I think the other reason I was the weather. The other reason I was maybe got sick was the weather around here has been up and down, to where after a couple days it got really warm and then it got really cold, and like it's fluctuating a ton night and day. And I think I overheated myself a bit too. I work out basically every day, not like super hard or anything like that, but trying to keep in decent shape. So I wonder if I just kind of overdid it as things were warming up and was still, wearing heavier clothes. And I feel like I would realize that though, and not just suddenly be dizzy. So I think it was a combination of the weather jumping up and down, getting some illness of who knows what, and then, just kind of, just general ick. But yeah, we're gonna jump back into it. Yeah. Let's roll it, see how far we can get into this case today. Let's get the game loaded up. Kill our background music as it loads. If you've noticed, I have the same background music every single time. Basically, what I found copyright-free music, and I'm just using the same one over and over again until I find like a better source of music to use. Because I mean, I don't think I'm going to use background music for most things. I'm going to use whatever music the games I'm playing have in. If I'm doing like a chatting thing, I'll use background music. The one I'm using is like 12 hours of copyright-free music, but I'm not signed into my on my main account for watching YouTube and doing stuff on YouTube. I have premium, so I skip ads. On the account I use for uploading the VODs and eventually uploading actual videos, under the Zaguero name, I don't have premium. At some point, maybe I'll buy it just so if I want to like watch stuff online while streaming, or like background music on YouTube, it doesn't get interrupted with ads. But we'll see. It's not that expensive, but I know some people just use ad blockers. I'm a big proponent of not using ad blockers. If there's sites where ads are really bad, I make note of that and don't use that site. But things like ad blockers do hurt a lot of content creators, industries, online newspapers, that kind of stuff. So I feel like it's not a responsibility to view ads, and definitely not a responsibility to click ads. I know YouTube's ads can be absolutely ridiculous, to where you get like an hour-long ad because they know they like parents hand kids their tablet, and then they get stuck on an hour-long ad and the kid doesn't know any better. But that's why I think like things with premium Twitch Turbo, which I also pay for on my main account. So if I ever want to watch anything and I want to do it on the accounts I use for streaming, I'm either going to have to pay for stuff or eat the ads, because I don't want to use my personal accounts. My personal YouTube account has my name and picture on it, which I don't want out there necessarily. The Twitch one I wouldn't really care about. It would let you guys know the name I streamed under previously, which I don't think I mind. You'd be able to get to my YouTube videos, which do have me, actually in person there. But I'll think about that. I mean, that would all depend on anyone watching these in the first place, which we're still not at yet. We'll get there eventually. But cool. Let's get to the right avatar here. The one thing I'm checking out is I tried to adjust my model's sensitivity on smiling. A lot of times when I'm sitting here, I think my avatar looks like it's frowning, and that's probably because in real life I have resting apathy face as opposed to resting bitch face. But I guess if in my natural state I look disinterested and apathetic. I don't want that to be reflected in the avatar too much, so I kind of want defaulting to a little bit of a smile if possible. And then when I actually smile, it'll show it off. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I don't want to give mistaken impression of, oh, I'm enjoying something when I'm not. But like I said, my face a lot of times is not overly expressive. So that's not a good thing for streaming, especially as a VTuber. But okay. Let's jump in this game, and like I said, it's been almost a week, but I feel like it's not like there's a ton of information here that I have to worry about. But we're going to bring up the core record just to look through things again real quick. That's how we do those live things. Let's look at the crime scene. He slumped over the thing. I'm assuming that's where the dummy normally is, and the dummy was missing at the time, I think. He was killed by There's No Other Prince. Max's hat was there. Got a Norris raise a week ago. Which he said he was there to talk to him about getting raised, but he was actually there to ask to marry the Ringmaster's daughter. I remember that. Why is my bitrate so terrible? It's fine. Broken off when Max hit the dummy. Did he hit the dummy or did he hit the person? I think he hit the dummy. I don't remember. We've seen all this. That's where the monkey took the stuff, and that's where we got the ring that we have now. Money the monkey took it. He grabbed shiny things. We got this ring from T to R, which you would assume that is... We don't have a profile for the puppet. I guess it's not really considered a person. Ben's puppet Trillo, I'm going to say Trillo. Both Trillo and Max wanted to marry the 16-year-old Regina, which is a little bit weird given they're 21 and this guy's 31. I don't know if the puppet has an age. Still really weird, but T to R, you would assume is Trillo to Regina. I mean, I forget what his actual real name is, but I don't think it started with a T. If it is, it probably would be up here somewhere. Because that would be like the thing of you think it's Trillo, but it's really him and his real name. But okay. Evidence-wise, what else do we have? That's it? Cool. Okay, I think we're going into a case like a day after a murder with not a real understanding of what actually happened yet. We should be okay. Good morning, Max. Max? Milk. What? If I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage, I just can't function, sweetie. Stage? Don't worry. There won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down. I guess. I can't imagine drinking milk before performing. Stomach would go crazy. Nick. Max is really nervous. That's understandable. Hey, my sweeties. What? You don't think I should fly, do you? Huh? You know, you gotta make a good first impression. When I enter the room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd a little. That'd be bad since the murderer apparently flew. No. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. It just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. Oh, sweetie. What is it this time, Max? Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? I can see it now. The dashing young lawyer flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that and everyone in the room will be on your side. Max, really, no one needs to fly today. Nick? What's with that look in your eyes? I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously. If he could teach us a trick, that'd be super useful because we need to know how people can fly as part of the case. December 29th, 10 a.m. And now the case of one. What? Your Honor, get on with it. Oh, sorry. I just realized the defendant's name is Billy Bob. Okay, that's real name is Billy Bob Johns. Nothing with the T. So, well, isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yes, Your Honor. He does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we called the defendant Maximilian Galactica. It sounds more friendly. I wonder if that is to our advantage. Miss Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please. I hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix, right? Eh? That spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. It did not count, do you hear me? She must still be upset about what happened last time. You have no chance. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I'm not losing this case. Why, you ask? Because it's not in the nature of Von Karma to lose at anything. I guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? Guilty? What are you talking about? It'll be my ultimate revenge. But it's not like it'll bring her dad back. There, opening statement complete. Now let's hurry and wrap up this waste of time. I don't remember her dad dying. Did he? I remember we proved he was part of a murder, I think. And we proved that he had framed a bunch of people, like he falsified evidence for his cases. I don't remember him dying. But they keep talking about him being dead, so I would guess he did. I would think. Who knows? Okay. I didn't even check. I'm not blocking any text. I might know. Okay. Their opening statement complete. Now let's hurry and wrap up this waste of time. I already read that. Very well. You may call your first witness, Miss Von Karma. Detective Dick Gumshoe, get up there now. Sorry to keep you from work, as I'm sure you need every penny you can earn, Detective. Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well. I would like you to begin by shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. All right, Detective, you may proceed with your testimony. Hope there's less whipping in this case. The excitable whipping is a bit too much. Okay, details. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. I'm just trying to think of so it had stopped snowing at the time of the murder, right? Oh, we don't have the autopsy report yet, do we? I thought it was 10 o'clock, but I could be wrong. All of the circus performers were gathered in the big top to practice their routines. The practice section broke up around 10 p.m. Okay, so it had stopped snowing. I'm just trying to think of, is there something where the case was already there with or the guy carried the case. And I guess he still would have to fly out unless he backtracked through the footprints. That'd be kind of weird. I don't know why it's flashing. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebra in his neck. I see, he was beaten to death. Here's the autopsy report for the victim. The court accepts this into evidence. Okay, 1015, blunt force trauma to the back of the head. A blunt object. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, we're just going to press on everything, basically. The night of the crime, snow was found until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. Let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about an inch and a half was on the ground. Snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow. Let me see. There's got to be more to this. Yeah? What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? I need to take a look at the court record. For what? Man, I know the snow. We know the snow is. What? I'm probably already missing something super obvious. Alright, whatever. All the circus performers, I don't know why it's so hard to say that, were gathered in the big top to practice their routines. Let's press on that. When we say all the circus performers, who do you mean? Everyone but the dancers and staff were there. Regina the Animal Tamer, Mo the Clown, Ben the Ventriloquist, and of course the defendant Maximilian Galactica and his victim the Ringmaster. Oh, I almost forgot. Regina the Tiger was there as well. Out of curiosity, what about the circus monkey? When I was investigating yesterday, he happened to snatch my wristwatch. Detective, you are welcome to follow a police report after these proceedings. Okay, the practice session broke around 10 p.m. Just pressing everything. After the practice was over, where did everyone head off to? Regina was playing with Regent, while Mo went back to his room tired from work. Ben the Ventriloquist went to the front gate, absorbed in his own world. The Ringmaster and Max went off to the Ringmaster's room to talk privately. Talk privately, huh? That's awfully suspicious. You wouldn't happen to know what they were talking about, would you? It seems they were negotiating Max's salary. Actually, Max was asking for Regina's hand in marriage. The murder itself took place in the plaza from the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. I'd like you to be a bit more specific about the events at 10:15. Okay. No problem, pal. We got a witness to tell us how the whole thing went down. Ow. This is totally meaningless. Time to move on. Alright. We'll just have to revisit that testimony later. Detective Gumshoe, am I telling us how the victim met his end? The victim was found bent over a wooden box as a doornail. Wooden box? That's right. We didn't know what was in it. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? It was a rather strange wooden box, Your Honor. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked. Not to mention it was locked. Locked, you say? Okay, there we got the information on the box. 20-pound box, strong, a small but strong lock. This may be my only chance. I might as well ask some questions. Let's ask about the contents. Do you mind telling us what was inside that box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox, so we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle? What is that, Detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. It was white. Pepper, why in the world was it locked in that big box? There's only one little bottle in that huge box. Is there a trapdoor? I wonder if it has some sort of special meaning. Is somebody allergic to pepper? Cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae. So, vertebrae, I could be wrong. Vertebrae is the plural. Vertebra is singular. I could be wrong. Sounds a vertebra on his neck. There wasn't much that we could go after Gumshoe at this time. He gave us the facts as he saw them, but there's gotta be more to this. I didn't see anything, but that's why you're the lawyer and I'm the medium. Okay. So... It said there's something in the court record that had to do with the snow. Well, I'm going to press on this again to see exactly what it said. It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about an inch and a half was on the ground. The snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow. Let me see. There's got to be more to this. Okay, what's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. Nothing this would have anything to do with that. I could present this about them doing salary negotiations, but I don't think that helps my case. Right, let's skip back through this. Okay. I'm stuck on the first thing. I don't feel like presenting this is going to do anything, but I think that's what I'm going to try. The fact that I got these as evidence, is there anything I could present as this? This is where he died. I'm feeling this is going to be wrong. Yeah, it's not correct. Okay. I'm missing something super obvious. Another crown of snow is falling until 9:40 p.m. Making sure we cold out. All the soldiers and were gathered in the big town to practice their routines. Practice session broke around 10 p.m. The marriage itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. The victim was found bent over a wooden box dead as a doornail. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped the vertebra in his neck. A little lost. I don't want to like cheat and look it up. Oh. Well, I did cheat and just look it up. Apparently, did I not press on the last statement? Okay, so the vertebra is the last statement. I guess I didn't press on that. Oh, nope, that's the wrong thing. I got ahead of myself. Yeah, same thing. Contents, whatever. Don't care. Already looked at all this. Okay. I somehow forgot to press on this. According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? Yeah, at the very beginning I said I just need to press on everything, and I didn't. I forgot one. You haven't found this murder weapon, have you? Police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it's something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. No, I bet he made it disappear with magic. Ho ho ho. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the event now. Okay, so literally it was the exact same thing. I just need to press everything and it'll move on. My bad. I'm going to attempt to not cheat again. I mean, all we're going to get out of him is that little bottle of pepper. Now we have wrapped up the detective I like to call my next witness. Yeah? I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously. But that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Ms. Von Carmel, call your next witness. I would call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. She must be talking about Ben the ventriloquist. I wonder if Trillo will show up on the stand as well. Please state your name and occupation for the record. My full name is Trilloquist. I'm employed as an operatic tenor. Excuse me. The witness called to the stand was one Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist. That robe must be cutting off your circulation. I said that I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with a song. And me. World of the law, exciting and daring, guilt or innocence, decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think? It had a good rhythm. Just the lyrics that leave something to be desired, so to speak. Trillo, you know better than to insult the judge. Shut up, just look at your nose. You would think you have the sense to fix it. It's so ugly that I want to punch you in the face on the off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star. Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes in their minds. What's going on here? Order, I demand to know who the witness is. Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trillo handle this. I'm not worried about you one bit. I'm worried about getting testimony in my court. Ouch. You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now let's proceed. Okay. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the stooge, clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max heading toward the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? But then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. Okay, we're going to press on all this again. This time I'm going to make sure we actually press on all of it. You saw Maximilian Galactica headed towards the scene? You're sure of that? Without a doubt, he had on his silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses on his chest. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown. That's right, dress boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. Thanks, Judge. What a shame. It's a nice theory, but that clown can't be the culprit. Why's that? Here's absolute proof. A silk hat. This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Ah. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there would be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecutorial skills are unrivaled. Well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Fink's right. What do you have to say? You're okay. I guess she's the boss again today. Okay, time to press. Clown, you're talking about Mo? Of course I'm talking about that old fart. He's so pathetic I can't stand him. It's a little bit of exercise and his makeup is running all over the place. Once practice was over, he was 9/10 of the way to keeling over for good. Poor guy. We didn't make a choice, so Ben took him back to his room. When it comes to being a first-place loser, that guy's ahead of the pack. Then what happened? Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. Why the plaza's entrance? To do some thinking, of course. It was awfully cold out that night, especially with all the snow around. Wouldn't thinking in your nice warm lodging house have been a better idea? Mr. Feeding's right. I think you should leave the thinking to the witness. I'm a good thunker. At least my teachers always said I was. That's why I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. Are you sure it was really Max Galactica? Of course I'm sure. How can you mistake someone wearing such a snobby three-piece getup? Snobby three-piece getup? Get the wax out of your ears, lawyers nowadays. You're like talking to a brick wall. Max's three-piece getup. Geez, could you be any more dense? All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you. Nick, I think you should put a little bit more effort in preparing your questions. It's not very nice. He's the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? You saw Max and only Max, right, Trillo? That's right. And that makes him the killer. There's only one person headed that way that night. That makes quite a bit of sense and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to the story than meets the eye. Is there something amiss in this? Yeah, why did he not see the ringmaster? That's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That he only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Who else do you suppose this witness could have seen? Who follows the ringmaster? That's the victim. That's correct. The Trillo was at the entrance to the plaza. He should have seen the ringmaster as well. Aha, obviously the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness. Could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that out, but he would have had to walk past him. Yeah, what are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that according to the defendant? A likely story. If Maximilian Galactica was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room, why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? Ah, I see. It seems at this stage I have no reason to doubt this witness's testimony. And there are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trillo wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Well, Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina. But it's probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? Yeah. I think so. I don't know anymore. Once practice was over, I left that tent with the stooge. Clown. Okay, it's cycled back to the beginning. I don't even present on the press on these. So Max heading toward the scene of the crime. He's the only one heading that way. How could that not be the killer? Then police showed up and took Magic Boy away. Around what time did the police arrive at the scene? I suppose that would have been around. Hey, what time was it? I think it was around, I'd say, a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in that weather. Well, the truth is, when you shut up, you big-nosed dope, why are you telling me anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in that weather? Well, maybe you were waiting for someone. What? Who said we were waiting for someone? Mr. Fink's right, we can all do without your offhanded theories. But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm on to something. Mr. Wright. Who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? Okay, that'd be Regina. Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer, Regina. Wow. You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question. Who cares who I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw, don't you forget it. Well. The puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. Alright. There's obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. That makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant and the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading to the scene. There's absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. I guess you got me. Alright. I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true, I was waiting for Regina. Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you, or were you not, waiting for Regina at the entrance to the lodging house? I was. I was waiting to propose to her. You were what? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage? That the matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. You're the judge. I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain. Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. Okay. Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. I even had something to give to her. I kept it in my pocket waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had my pocket that night. It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Except you don't. I'm pretty sure I've got it. You're going to propose, you... a puppet? Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Exactly. His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. Okay, Mr. Wright, please continue with your cross-examination. Sigh. What was with that sigh at the end? Okay, we're just going to press on everything just to see what else comes up. I think what I have to do is present that I've got the ring at some point. Don't be so surprised I was going to propose to Regina. By proposal, you mean proposing marriage, correct? To Regina? Of course, that's what I meant. What kind of stupid question is that? I wasn't going to propose that we become some sort of outlaw biker gang together. Right, Ben? Yeah. Got it? That's the truth. Okay. What was exactly that you plan on giving her? You know exactly what I was going to give to her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that could match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? You're going to die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring. An engagement ring? I don't know why that's so shocking. Wow, those two nearly fell off their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Franziska's whip looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything. One hit from that thing will probably shut someone up for a long time. I'll push on anyway. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever proposed to a human being. Okay, that's not where I thought he was going to go with that. I advise you to cut this argument short. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please revise their testimony? Specifically about the engagement ring. I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. I sure do enjoy swaying the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. I plan on giving an engagement ring to Regina. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Whose pocket was the ring in? Mine, of course. What a stupid question. You've got to be kidding me. You think Ben could pull it off? I thought Trillo was hidden the entire time, wasn't he? The magician, Max had hid him in the... Because we're the one who returned it. I'm sorry, really. You don't have to apologize for that. He's the one who should be apologizing. There's nothing in the court record about that, though, is there? No. Okay. Of course, I also had in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. So we need to present that we have it. So you went to a lodging house to give it to her? That's right. I tried to give it to her during practice so many times I lost count, but that uppity snob kept getting in the way. Uppity snob? He couldn't possibly be talking about me. Next thing in Galactica. When I get a hold of him, I'm going to saw his woodblock in half, and not with magic. Well, you always say that love creates rivalries. So what about this present? In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Except I've got it. So you're still thinking of trying to give it to Regina? Of course I am. I spent 3 months sour this thing. I'm not going to give up that easily. I wonder how much he receives for appearing in the circus. Probably way more than he deserves. How about it, Nick? I think it's about time to unwrap this toy's testimony. That's the spirit, Nick. Give him a heck. Okay. The judge has that dazed and confused look again. Maybe he should get out more. So we're going to get to the end where he says he still has it. Okay, and then we can present the ring. Trillo, do you mind if I show you something? What is it? What are you talking about? Uh-oh. Looks like they're going to double team me now. Do you recognize this ring? Ah, that's mine. Give it back. Thief, thief. Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here? Arg. What's going on here? That's... Ben, say something. Don't put me on the spot like that, Trillo. I found this in Money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money? Like a bank vault? Ha, that filthy monkey's gonna get what's coming to him. Mr. Quist, I would prefer you avoid slandering innocent fiats in my courtroom. Well, Your Honor, money really is a monkey in every sense of the word. Fiat, fiat, fiat. It's fiat. Well, I see. Well then, money likes to go after the shiny things that he can find and gather them up. Shiny things? Trillo, when was this ring stolen? From you. Well, I suppose it was. That time, you know, that night, the night of the crime. What did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might, be able to say that. The ring might have, well, it could have been taken around that time. Ooh. Yeah. I'm so confused. Trillo was hidden by Max, I thought. I'm so confused. Ben, what's with you? Oh, whatever. It has nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder. Excuse me. Burping a little bit. I don't know if it's actually coming out over the mic. It's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Trillo, back to the topic at hand. I haven't admitted a thing, not I, Mr. Trillo Quist. What did you do when the ring was taken, Trillo? You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring snatching monkey money. But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you? It's all this slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. While he was fumbling his way through the snow, that dumb monkey was able to get away. That is indeed an incredible shame. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point. What point could that possibly be? Yeah, he said he was there the entire time, but he wasn't. There's a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony. Contradiction? The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the Monkey. When the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza. What does the mean of all this, Mr. Phoenix, right? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? I'm saying that there's no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It's entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. Interesting, Mr. Wright. Well then, tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist? Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He's blinded by his rivalry with Max. While the defense's argument does hold water, this witness does have a history of animosity towards the defendant. What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him, no doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar. Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night. Ha, I've told you so many times you'd think you'd know my story's not changing. You've already changed your story, stick boy, and I'm sure it'll change some more. Where there's one lie, there are usually many more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah. Okay. I'll give you that I was waiting that. I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina. That doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. So that means that Money didn't show up until after you saw Max? That's right, Money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max. Then Money snatched the ring and you were chasing after him? How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see, I'd say about, I suppose, 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with the cross-examination. Same strategy, press on everything, then we'll see what happens. I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina. There's nothing. So you were only concerned with waiting for Regina that night. It means you probably wouldn't have noticed if someone else showed up. If you think about how many eyes I actually have, I've got 4, you know? 4. F-O-U-R. Counting Ben, of course. With that many eyes, you really think someone would have slipped by me? 4 eyes is an awful lot of attention directed at one area, I suppose. Yikes, the judge is even more dangerous to our case than Trillo. But that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max on the plaza that night. I don't think we're going to gain from this. You saw Max coming out of the big top that night? Of course, that's where I saw him coming from. I was staring at the entrance to the tent the entire time. I guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina. He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. Oh, I was reading instead of pressing. I wasn't paying attention. You're 100% absolutely sure of what you just said? I told you already. Geez, I'm 100% absolutely sure. There's no way that he could be any more confident than that, right? There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. 3 ridiculous symbols, huh? Out of curiosity, how many times have you asked that question by now? You're gonna ask me again, I'll answer with the chorus. Everyone together now, Soulcat, Cloak, White Roses. Thank you very much. Maya, you didn't have to join in, did you? But it's fun shouting out to everyone else. There has to be a hole in this testimony somewhere, I agree. But do we have the proof to make something stick? All we can do is try, right, Nick? We've got to have something that'll prove useful. Alright, time to go to work. So I'm clearly supposed to present something, but I want to press the one thing I forgot to. But I clicked through this without pressing. About what time would you say these events took place? Remember, don't people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. You already know the practice finished promptly at 10 p.m. You already know that I went to the lodging house right after practice. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to know it was around what time it was I saw him. Just add 10 more minutes. I'm sure you can do that. Now, what time was it? Indeed, what time was it? What time was it? Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, I'm no good at that. Oh, I clicked too fast. So it was 10:10 p.m. Ah, yes, that sounds about right. It sounds about right because that's the time I saw Max on the scene. Okay, I skipped that as well. So you testified that you said good evening to Max that night. You wasn't enjoying incredibly obvious questions. You say good morning in the morning and good afternoon during the day, right? And it's obvious that I'd say good night to someone at night. What, Ben? You've got something to add? Let me guess. That's not it, Trillo. You say good evening at night. I'm sorry, Trillo. Mr. Quist, I prefer if you kept your ventriloquist act outside of the courtroom. Possible, a performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better. There's got to be something wrong with this bit of testimony. So, I'm going to say this one. This might be wrong. I hate to say, but Ben's part of your little act is coming off a bit stale. I'm sure if a pros to review your work, okay, I don't think that's not where I meant to go. You're trying to pass yourself off as a professional performer, are you? Don't get so wrapped up in yourself, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You should know better. Ow. Ow, that hurts. That should have set him straight. Even pursue their testimony, witness. Okay, I'm going to post on the episode. Okay, let's get back through and press and do the middle option this time. Okay, exact same thing. Click through it, click through it. Because, I mean, Trillo said you would say good night, but they said good evening. That's why, like, I thought it was the thing, because Ben's was the one who said good evening, but isn't that a bit strange to you? Well, I guess why would you say good evening to someone you hate? But, well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice to him? It strikes me as somewhat strange. Why would it strike you as strange? Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your coworkers? Well, they got into a fight earlier that day. Well, if it was simply being cordial to a coworker, I would understand. Ow, that hurts. Maybe you should think of having some proof before your lips start flapping next time. Proof is everything. Proof is everything in this world. You should have learned that back in grade school. There's no reason that Trillo would... Excuse me. A little bit of indigestion. There's no reason that Trillo would ever say something nice to Max. But how do I go about proving out the evidence? Bluffing is everything in this world. I'm sure you already learned that one. I guess I can give it a shot. Okay. On the good evening, we're going to present the bottle. Okay. So is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? Fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was just an argument, a disagreement at most. A disagreement doesn't usually end with someone getting clonked over the head. Ah. The orange juice bottle, because everyone serves orange juice in glass bottles. That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he? What? Is that an admission of assault and battery? Ouch. Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charge first. The truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Moreover, this concerned the personality of the witness on stand. There's no way a puppet this lewd would just up and say good evening to his rival. You're saying this witness is lying? That he's trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime scene? I didn't tell a single lie. Honestly, I just... That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Let's clarify this testimony for the court. Can you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? I'm going to say he didn't see anyone. I guess it could be that he saw a different person, because anyone could be wearing that outfit. Which one do I want to do? We'll do... Sorry, I'm checking out. My bitrate keeps spiking down real low. It doesn't look like it's messing with the stream. Okay, but we're going to do he saw a different person. Because we'll assume he saw... Because the hat got there anyway, so he saw someone wearing the outfit. Or he just saw someone else. I don't know. It's my belief that the witness did see someone that night. Just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. He would have saw the ringmaster because that's who he would talk cordially to. Okay. If he had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there's only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. That's why Trillo made the effort to greet whoever it was that he saw that evening. Or good evening, as he put it. I still don't understand. I thought the puppet was hidden during this point. What in the world? The defense kindly explained who it was that Trillo saw that evening then. The ringmaster, because he wouldn't talk, he made fun of Mo. Well, he would have maybe talked nice to Regina, but I mean, it's one of these two, but we're going to do the ringmaster first. Because I'm pretty sure Regina never left the big top. Concerning the ill temper of this witness, there's only one person he would greet. No, because if he was me, Regina would propose to her. It must be Regina. It's Regina, right? She's so cute. No, Your Honor, it's not Regina. If it was Regina, Trillo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah. I suppose you've got a point there. That makes sense. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You were correct. It was indeed Russell Berry. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trillo. Isn't that correct? Gulp. Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Wah, Order, how do you respond to this? Wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man. But once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica. I think it's high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person there in the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was. Was it Maximilian Galactica? Or was it the ringmaster, one Mr. Russell Berry? The prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's 3 symbols. 3 symbols? We don't need to keep doing it. Alright, this is getting a little... Come on, man, you've got to remember them by now. Here you go again, everyone, all together now. Ow. Yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses. The silk hat and a cloak, anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we know it was Maximilian Galactica? It could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry. What? Miss Von Karma, do you have clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant? Well, If that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes, I think we finally want a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix, right? What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but... Who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. Huh? Your Honor, the prosecution will provide, beyond a shadow of a doubt, an answer to that question and evidence that clearly establishes one thing. There is no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare their next witness. Court is now in recess. To be continued. Okay, we made it to the first phase of the trial. Well, excuse me, made it to the first phase of the trial and only got one thing wrong, and we only cheated once to learn that I just had forgotten to press on one thing. Health-wise, I'm holding up fine. I don't seem to be having any issues, so that's good. Almost 2 full years. But, oh yeah, that's the time. I was going to say, is that hours played at the time? That's the time. "11:54 a.m. Sweetie, you have to believe me, I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then, where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, correct? Exactly, he told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. That's when the ringmaster hit to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room still dressed in my stage clothes. But when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means... It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous. That's a fabulously possible possibility. The only other thing is we still haven't met Acro. We've met the monkey that lives in Acro's room, but we've never met Acro. And I have a feeling that's probably him. Well done, Nick. However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? If you think about it, all I found in the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Well, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up, magician or president. You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision. That's really cool. Fabulous. This mystery just keeps getting deeper. Okay. 12:06 is a very short recess. We thought we would have time to get lunch. Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Ms. Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well, and now call my next witness. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? I just figured that Mo is short for Lawrence, and I don't know why. Why should I just call him a pitiful clown? This one will state his name and occupation for the court record. And what's clown? Oh, skipped too far ahead. I think you get the name. I'm assuming it was a Fresh Prince reference. Name and occupation. Will the witness please inform the court why he's speaking autobiographical gibberish? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in a courtroom in my entire life. I wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited to this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. And it's easy to see your occupation. Please state your name for the high court. Oh, yeah, maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Okay, how about this? We met my proctologist, Dr. Seymour Butts. How was that one? But a couple... Oh yes, this continuing the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air jokes, or references. Your name? Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. Is Mo not short for Lawrence? Did I just mistake that? I'm looking it up. Nope, apparently I was just crazy. It can be short for lots of things. Like Maurice or Morris. So it definitely isn't short for Lawrence. I just immediately thought that when it's shortened, because there's are weird names that are like what's a good example that I'm thinking of? I think I just accidentally clicked through something. What's the one I'm thinking of? Well, there's a kid when I grew up. His name was Mike, and they called him Mo, but I think that was his initials. So, now what is the really weird one? Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy. I mean, like Richard and Dick. Why does the R turn into a D? There's another really obvious one that I can't think of. Like Robert, why does that turn into Bob? There's another one that I can't think of. That like is the really obvious one. Oh well, who cares? Yes, it is. Very well, Mr. Curls, will you please testify to what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian. It keeps not letting me finish his. Okay. Poor Mo can't be his normal stoochy self in court. What you witnessed. I know, I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless. But I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today. But this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try making everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone, what do you think of me? How am I doing? There's nothing in that testimony that has anything to do with the case. Aren't we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness. Huh? We'll listen to your call for help after the court. Oh, it wasn't in green, so it wasn't his actual testimony. Well, I'm going to sneeze. I think the mic picked that up. I didn't know if the noise cancellation stuff was going to pick that up or not. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, listening after proceedings are over. Thus, please stick the facts of this case. Really? You'll really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later. Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait. Poor Gumshoe. Are my mouse clicks getting picked up? I think they are. I think that... hold on. Okay, the thing's turned on. Maybe it's not getting picked up. Of course, we can't talk for as long as you want. It is slightly. It looks like it's super quiet though, so maybe it's not even noticeable. I'll have to watch back and check later. What you witnessed. The night of the murder. After practice was over. Okay, so this isn't green either, so that it's only green during the press and present thing, maybe. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. I had no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. There was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. That's very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to be believed, I have enough to pass judgment right now. Of course you can. There's no way this account can be criticized. However, the witness is a bit, how do you say, off-kilter. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. Aha. That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you've got to find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. Mr. Wright, Your Honor? I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, bring disaster upon the court. Thus, I sincerely hope you are not going to engage in pointless saber-rattling. Understand, Your Honor. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. Does this mean like I can't press as much as I want or something? The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You said that practice wrapped up around 10 p.m., correct? See, that's the thing. Huh? How exactly am I supposed to make a joke about 10 p.m.? Now, 8 o'clock, that's something a clown can riff off of. Let's just pretend it was 8 o'clock. That way I can make a joke. Let's not make it 8 p.m., alright, Mo? What do you mean, let's not? Don't take the clown off the clowning around. Come on, Nick, just listen to his joke. There are 3 reasons why I don't want to. 1, I probably won't laugh. 2, I'll get hit with a penalty. 3, I'll get whipped. Will the witness just proceed with his factual testimony? You are so boring. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. You were pooped that night. Yes, I was very, very tired. Not to mention I had some bad Mexican food. What? The double cheese, double bean enchilada is a dangerous menu item. What happened after that, as they say, happens. That one was cool, huh? I hear the kids really love toilet humor these days. That joke was so hip, I don't want to ruin it with a reply. I've got a good reply, though. That joke was so funny, it just earned you a penalty. So I'm actually getting penalties for pressing on things I shouldn't. That's kind of stupid. I should have realized I'd do that. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. You just happened to glance out the window? You could say that. You could also say I peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed. Mr. Curls? Oh, I guess synonyms aren't allowed either. What should I do? I wonder if I should press him further on this issue. Sure, I'm going to keep pressing. If I lose all my points, I lose all my points. Exactly why did you look out of your window that night? Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday... Yeah, I was going to say, he said he'd... Here's something. Once I took myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. Sound like a giant thump. Oh yeah, forgot about that. You forgot? Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out of his window that night. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? That's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. It would be best if Mo were to revise his testimony. Very well, Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. They should start turning the tables in their favor. I heard a huge noise outside the window, and that's what made me take a look outside. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. So we'll press on this. So you'd say you clearly saw this, even though you were, by your own admission, far away. That's right, I've been thinking about it over and over since that night. The things didn't really make sense until I spoke with the prosecutor, Miss Von Karma. But I'm 100% certain that it was Max and the ringmaster that I saw that night. Just think about it. How could I be wrong if Max is always wearing his uppity symbols? Uppity symbols? Lawyers nowadays, do you even have to go to school anymore to be one? Alright, everyone knows what to do all together now. I'll say with Uncle Mo. See what I mean? It's always like this. The crowd never wants to go along with me. I must really be utterly and completely worthless as a clown. Enough foolishness, get back on track. Will the witness please testify as to what he saw, and only what he saw? I kept watching them, and all of a sudden Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. I need to press on him hearing the sound. So you sent the ringmaster get clonked over the head? Yes, I did. It's the climax of my story. Kate does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. The weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right? That's not what I meant. You did say you did see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Mo, did you or did you sorry. Sudden cough. I apologize. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. Did you or did you not see the crime of murder committed that night? I'll not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You'd better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor clown. Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice penalty. That's a 5-pointer. Isn't this a bit melodramatic? So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix, right? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? Do I? I mean, it was no longer snowing. His room, it isn't super obvious. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I want to say I do because the thing that woke him up was hearing the attack, wasn't it? If I say, of course I do, and that doesn't actually do any, that's going to be frustrating. Like if I say I don't want to take a freaking 5-point penalty. I don't. I do, but I don't think I. No, I'm not. I'm going to say no. Well, see, right now I don't have a clear basis to be thinking that. I think I need to press on the other thing first. Okay. Oh, so I get the penalty. Oh, now wait a second, Miss Von Karma. This time, I do not feel the need to treat Mr. Wright so harshly. That's right, what he said. Bailed out by the judge went under indeed. We must penalize Mr. Wright for his display. I think a verbal censure would be best. Huh? You know our rules, Mr. Wright. There's no room for baseless hounding in this court. I guess he didn't really bail me out after all. You know, most testimony and what he told us yesterday are kind of different. Yes and no, so we just got to pinpoint what's changed. You can do it. I needed to press on that other question first, I think. Because if he says it sounded like someone like getting beat up, yeah, I need to press on this. Sorry, scratching my nose. What was the sound like? Well, I guess it kind of sounded like, I guess you could say, Mr. Curlsman in the court remind you that humor is unnecessary. Doe, how do you know I was going to make a joke? I guess that the sound sounded like, I suppose it sounded like someone getting hit with something very hard. Yep, that's what it sounded like, honestly. Someone getting hit, huh? What then? You went to look out the window and you saw, okay. Okay, so I press on this, and now I have the basis to say he looked after he heard the attack. Okay, yada yada yada, we saw this. I mean, I wonder if I had done this without seeing that first, if I would have gotten a huge penalty. Maybe. I don't have proof, though. I've got a reason to make my claim. I suppose you will be telling us all that great reason? Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Most said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Modi stated the following under oath. I kept watching them, and then all of a sudden Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. If Mo is to be believed when he says he looked out the window upon hearing a sound, there's no way he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1970, oh, too fast. Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit. These clowns promptly escaped from maximum security clown car. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No. I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the truth. Well, you're back from your jog? Well, it pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much. When I looked out my window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecution helped me fill in the gaps of my statement. See, in real life, this would immediately, be a mistrial off of the fact that the prosecution told him what to say. And coach his testimony to the point where he lied. Von Karma. Tampering with witnesses again. So now you're saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster. Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out? Yep, he was on permanent vacation, as they say. Mr. Curls, Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime. However, you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The ringmaster slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. Very well, then please testify to this silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you, I'll put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Got it? Got it. Okay, the silhouette. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could only belong to Max. There was no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. His face was silhouetted, but there's no doubt that it was him. The cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. But he never saw his face, he just saw the clothes. It does seem as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime. It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes? His decisive testimony. Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe in that. All right, Mr. Wright. Commence your cross-examination. Am I going to get in trouble for pressing on everything again? I got 5 things left. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could have only belonged to Max. I'm just going to press on everything. Don't you think you're going a little overboard with how explicit you're being? That shadow belonged to Max is an awfully firm statement, don't you think? What are you getting at? I'm just saying that one of your fellow performers' life is on the line here. Are truly 100% certain that it was Max. I'm not the kind of person who would lie about something as serious as this. The way I saw was Max. I'm convinced of that. It doesn't seem like he's jumping to any conclusions this time. Let's go over this again then. What makes you so sure that you saw Max that night? There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. But did you see his face? Trill said the same thing, but if it was just the symbols, then even I could have been wearing them. What if someone had just taken Max's symbols and worn them? I thought of that myself, but just looking at the shape of the face I saw, it must have been Max. You sure of that? Such a silly little boy. He threw his entire case headlong into a trap. The silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. You're sure that is what you saw that night? Exactly what I said I saw is exactly what I saw, but eyes like a hawk. Don't birds have terrible night vision? But that's not all I saw. His face was silhouetted, but there's no doubt that it was him. How so? You're able to see that kind of detail from your window? There's a light near the scene of the crime. Anyone with decent eyesight should have been able to see that much. Out of curiosity, Mo, what was your eyesight like? I can see like a hawk out of my left eye, and an eagle out of my right eye. Our records say his eyesight is perfect 20/20. That must mean he could have seen the crime scene clearly. The more we look into this matter, the more suspicious it becomes. Hey, you asked me what my eyesight was like, not what it actually was. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. So you didn't actually see what the criminal was holding? That's correct. I've been curious to know what caused that loud noise. It must have been something incredibly hard. Too bad they haven't found the murder weapon to know for sure. They claim it was a blunt object, at least it says so in the autopsy report. It'd be funny if it was the doll, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Trill's testimony and now Mo's really seems like Max is the killer. Nick, you've got to find a contradiction in this. That's not going to be enough. What? I have to prove that Mo saw someone other than Max that night. That's the only thing that will help. I've got to do it. Okay, hold on. What do I have that possibly... What do I have? Would let me do this. Hold on, I'm gonna go through his testimony one more time. Shadow could have only belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. The silk hat, that black cloak. They were all... The cloak purple? I mean, that's a very minor thing. I don't think that actually necessarily matters. I mean, purple and black could kind of be the exact same thing. The only thing I'm thinking of is he lost the hat was at the crime scene, but he says he was wearing it. So there's no doubt about it. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. I guess we'll try to do that. Oh, this is so itchy. Okay, so it doesn't. Okay. Did I press on that? You sure that's what you saw that night? Exactly what I said. Got eyes like a hawk. Yes. Okay. What else could it be? Alright, I cheated. This is dumb. Saw his symbols, his silk hat and black cloak, but he didn't see white roses. Oh, I didn't mean to press, I meant to present. Okay. I mean, this seems stupid to me. I would present this to say, oh, but he's got 3 symbols. How come you didn't see the other one? Seems dumb. You saw all of Max's uppity symbols? I suppose so, the silk hat and the cloak, right? Mo, everyone knows that Maximilian Galactica has 3 uppity symbols. It seems like it's such a stupid thing to catch somebody in. Hey, everyone get ready all together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. Isn't that right, Mo? Do you like pie? I love pie. 3 point. Okay. Sounds full. You are to respond with the whole truth, no fractions. Order. Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw. The crime scene was dark. It was obviously too dark to see that kind of detail. But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face, not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. And the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of this case? Clearly not, he's just toying with this court. I got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trill's testimony? There's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? How can you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Trill saw them all. Trill saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there were no white roses on the person he saw. There's absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. This seems kind of dumb. Now what am I supposed to think? One is supposed to disregard the pointless, but this... Judge, forget the roses. Think about his other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, this witness has not grown more mature with age. I'm not mature. I've come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, the remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable, which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. What? If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I'm prepared to issue a ruling. A ruling? Nick, this is your last chance. We got to get to someplace where about the hat being left, I'm assuming. There's no doubt in my mind there were no red roses that night. However, all the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. Okay. Then yes, we present that it was left at the scene. Get one last chance at this. Just one chance. I will not allow even the slightest hint of bad against the witness. If you're going to prove to me there's a contradiction with Mr. Curl's statement, you'd better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations. I've only got a single shot at this. I've got to be careful. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I will need. Okay, we're going to get to where he says it was there the entire time. Okay, present the hat. This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind. Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. There's some sort of problem, Mr. Wright? Miss Von Karma. Where exactly was the silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found in the crime scene. The crime scene? That means the silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. No, that's not true. Order, 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 Mr. Curls. Yes, Your Honor? What is the meaning of all this? You're old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. Hey, that's just not right. That's so harsh. What's not right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. What? Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? Let me guess, you just didn't like my jokes or something, right? You didn't have to go and insult my eyesight and my memory. They're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you're sitting well, okay. I don't know why sometimes they skip text and sometimes they don't. No matter how old I get, I'll always be younger than you. Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Curls. Who do you think you are? I saw him. I swear I saw him. It was Max. And if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. I'm telling the truth. He's turned into a brave little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it? He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there. He left the scene? What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo, what do you want? You said that he left the scene. Exactly how, because he didn't leave footprints, is the idea. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Mr. Fiend's is better than the witness, Your Honor. This witness's testimony is so full of holes, Miss Von Karma's protest is useless. Grr. You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter. Is that alright with you, little guy? Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is, how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away. That's what I expected you to say. You sure that's how it's happened? Huh? I'm not sure I exactly know where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays sure do love to harp on the smallest things. Do you have any proof that counters stories to how the criminal left the scene? So none of this, like, it's... Okay. It's just the fact that, yeah, there's only one set of footprints. Look at this picture. I just want to make, there wasn't like a note that said there's only one set of footprints. The problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints? In this photo, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Ay, 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 ay. So, Mo, how exactly did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all this witness's testimony from the court record. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came to court in. Wait just a second. You guys can't just ignore everything I've said. Fine, fine. I'll tell you the truth this time. You wait a second. I think you said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are going to get worse before they get better. Mr. Lawrence Curls, yes? The testimony you've provided up until now has been false? It hasn't been false. I haven't lied. It's just what? Just I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and your whip told me not to talk about what I really saw. Again, that's an immediate mistrial. Order, order. I'll have order. Franziska Von Karma, how could you? Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you say you saw, Mr. Curls. Ha, you're not going to believe this, but it's all true, I tell you. Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. If she's going to say you saw him fly away, then I don't, like, why wouldn't you present that when you know Max can fly? Even though it's, a stage trick. Truth. And the fact that this guy's lied multiple times on the stand would mean his testimony would be, like, completely stricken, and he'd probably be held in contempt. And the lawyer would also be held in contempt for telling him not to tell the truth. Now it's time for our next segment. Mo knows everything that I've said up until now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max staying above it. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when I saw he... flew away. We get it. This is the truth. Now get ready for it. He flew. He jumped up and flew through the air. And up and disappeared into the darkness. Sorry, I skipped ahead. That's why there were no footprints. Footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints. I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? Well, then let's throw out his entire testimony. If you don't believe him, well, that was, how do you put this into words? Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician, but to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses? Why don't you believe me? Especially since this is the best part of the story. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? I'm going to say he's telling the truth. What he just said was so strange, I don't think he would have made it up. Which means that he's telling the truth? That's what I think. Nick, wait. That means Max actually used magic. Yikes, you're right. Ow. Only a foolish-looking fool could be fooled by such a fool's foolish dream. Don't be ridiculous. Magic does not exist. I suppose I will let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. A criminal disappeared into the sky. Love to believe that, but I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen. You imbecile. You disregard a need for proof. Miss Von Karma's case is sound. However, I got the feeling this case is in dire need of more investigation. In the American court system, she wouldn't be allowed to, delay it to go investigate more, just because she brought a case forth without having the proper evidence. Thus, I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. I mean, you would still be allowed to investigate, while the case is going on. But, this sort of thing wouldn't be, the judge can't say, okay, we're going to pause so you can go find more proof. It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reason behind this mystery of mysteries. Grr. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. Okay, now we're going to go into another investigation phase. Hopefully that resets my, my charge bar thing. 2:33 p.m. Hey, sweeties, what in the world is going on? That's what I want to know. You'd have to teach us how you fly. They say the criminal flew off in the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking this. But you didn't fly that night, did you? I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please. It's not that easy. But it looks so effortless for you on stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires and have them hoist me through the air. Wow, you just told me the secret to your magic. No, I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule, the only rule. I'm sorry, Max. I made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret to their tricks. Nick, what do we do now? All we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal in court tomorrow. Great idea. Let's do our best and catch this sucker. I'm assuming we investigate and don't just go straight back to court and have to disprove it with what we already have. I wonder if this is a 3-day trial instead of just 2. Okay. December 29th, 3:03. So it's still the same day, just after the court proceedings. Nick, what is it? I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep, magic tricks are by their definition, or by their very definition, tricks, right? I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearlie showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick? What kind of trick was it? Let's see. It looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. Heh. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand, and then it just separated. She moved it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? Wow, how'd you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it, especially part tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. It'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. Guess we can talk here about some stuff. I don't see any way out of this. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's no way we can solve the mystery of a criminal flying by tomorrow. I was thinking, do you really think the criminal flew through the air? The only one who thinks that is Mo, right? He says that he saw it. That's true. Mo looked awfully serious when he said that. Do you think he might be trying to frame Max? If that was it, he would have simply said, I saw Max. That would have been enough. There's no reason why anyone would believe he flew. But what if the criminal really did fly? There's only one person who could do that. Max. Well, whoever has access to the wires. The acrobat could probably pull it off. Really not helping my confidence here, Maya. Everyone seems to hate Max, Ben, Trillo, Mo. They all have nothing nice to say. That magician does seem rather full of himself, doesn't he? Especially when he says things like customers only go to the circus to see him. He even hit Ben over the head with a bottle. But what? But that doesn't seem enough to frame another person for murder. It was proven that neither Ben nor Mo lied on the stand. Maybe Ben saw the ringmaster wearing Max's costume, but Mo clearly said that he saw Max himself. Okay. Let's go talk to Max real quick. Oh, my sweeties, you mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. And since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Maximilian Galactica, The Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. Though it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking. But the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. Okay. The night of the crime, you didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you? Here's how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was staying in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is just not something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I can keep my mouth shut. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much. It's much harder than you think. I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask of you. Anything for you, sweetie. Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous. A great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I won on the world stage. I won the International Grand Prix. International Grand Prix, performers should always look to perform on the world stage. But the performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something I can simply not tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told the story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. I'm sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I'm really sick of telling the story. But what can you do? I'm Maximilian Galactica. I suppose I can tell it again. Well, here, take a look at this. I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Anything important in here? I don't think so. Look at that fabulous stage. This is the first stage I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and be a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night, the emotions, the acclaim. Wow. Ahem, by the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus. That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey, Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? That's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. All right, so I was going to say, they were giving us the photo for a reason. And it's not because it's going to need to be proven in court. It's going to trigger someone to talk to us about something. Learn how to get thrown in jail? Okay. Enough of that. Let's go to the circus. You hear that? It sounds like two people arguing. All right, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes. Wait. Quit your whining. Let's just give this a shot already. All right, let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the shore or stream. Oh yeah, why would I say shore? I mean, it's been a while since I did the little nursery. Is that nursery rhyme or is that just a song? Going down the stream because it's merrily and merrily life's but a dream. Okay, come on, you know that. I'm trying my best, but Trillo, this just isn't going to work. To enjoy saying dumb things, you're going to have to be on your own someday. If you can't handle something as simple as this, what are you going to do then? Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trillo. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course? I'm sorry. Secret crash training? Whoa. Yes. Trillo wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So we were trying to sing in a round for our new ventriloquism act. In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See, even they are surprised by the idea. I told you. They're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we've got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice. You think so? Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you. Ah, there it is. Now that I've got this ring back, it's time to take one more shot at Regina. I know that you already testified in court today. You want to talk about what we saw, right? Yes. Why's Maya the one talking? This is weird. Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. Well, then when we said hello and didn't even get a reply, not to mention his drip and those gaudy symbols. What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols? What do you think, Ben? What? Oh, I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. I was hoping I could ask you about Regina. Why is Maya the one asking the questions? I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her to even know. Really? That's so sweet. If you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent? Ah, you haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart? Huh? Waiting like this is part of being in love. How so? If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is such a sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts. Yeah, I knew that. Poor Maya, she's so red she looks like a vine-ripe tomato, but they didn't make her face red. So this is the new... So how is this new routine working out? Will you two just take a chill pill already? Our routines are secret. We're going to take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution. That sounds incredible. But let me make one thing clear. We're not going to take on the world just because that jerk said we should. That jerk? Max Galactica. Performer should aim for the world. Who does he think he is? Trillo, you seem to really be fired up about all this. He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage. You're right. You're right. Mark my words, I Trilloquist will win the Grand Prix. You're the man now, doll. Row, row, row your boat will be the key to a glorious victory. Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best? Hey, you've got to start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up, you've got to be part of this too. Okay. Oops. I mean, they already talked about it, but I'm going to present it to him anyway. I'm going to take a look at this. It's... Okay. That's what I kind of figured. Let's move on. Let's go to the big top first. I'm going to guess Regina's in here. Huh? Where's Regina? Oh, I guess not. I don't know. If she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Hey, Nick, you're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No. I'm just allergic to wild tigers. This is all the same stuff as yesterday, right? I'm not gonna bother looking at this again. So the ringmaster's room. Max and the ringmaster had their talk in this room. That could have when the ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why did you do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? Just want to check on this because he wasn't. You may not know this, but they call it. It's the same thing as before. Well, calm down, Maya. You can't just go rummaging through people's coats. He was making feeling to do something wrong. But if this is his clothes, then obviously he wasn't wearing that at the time, so he hadn't been wearing the other thing. But okay, that's fine. Let's just move. Check the cafeteria. I still haven't cleaned this place up yet. I've probably got one look at the state of this place. She'd slap who was ever in charge across the face. Remind me never to invite her to my office. I want to examine the condiments. Okay. I mean, the condiment, there's two there, and I don't see the ones over here. Okay, these look like the same ones when we looked at before, so I just wanted to see if there's pepper missing. But entrance, lodging house. Pepper. I mean, the pepper has to do with something. We gotta figure that out. Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? Sigh. I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. Do you have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? Franziska really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not going to get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. Every time you definitely don't want her to show up. Poof, there she is. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. Looks like she's wound him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. If that's what happened, it means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room? Behind the window up there. The acrobat's got his room on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma is going to start her investigation up there. So don't get any ideas of going up to the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? Shivers. Franziska Von Karma. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. Don't think there's anything. I mean, this is all the same. Okay. The same thing as before. Let's just move to Mo's room. We can't go up to the acrobat's room currently. Mo's not here. If he was here, you would have been able to tell even before he stepped into his room. I'm sure you would have heard him laughing away. What do you think he's laughing at when he's all by himself? I always thought he was just thinking up new jokes. He must really love his work. I mean, is there anything new to look at here? This is where Mo witnessed crime. This is where Mo witnessed some craziness. I mean, come on, a flying criminal? Jeez, if we had a normal judge, he'd never believe something like that. Look at the ceiling. It looks like someone punched a hole in it. You're okay, same as it was before. I don't see anything new here. This is the same as before. Are those just eyes? Make sure there wasn't something stuck in there. Okay, well, let's leave. I mean, if I can't go up there, I guess just we'll move around. Again. See if something changed in here. Oh, something changed here. All right. Welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria. Yikes, he's in an awfully good mood. Alright, you know what time it is. Riddle time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Come on, you can answer this. It's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction. Buzz, wrong, try again. Okay, what do you think, Early? I got it. Okay, what is your answer? Because they're in the cafeteria. Exactly, it's an incredibly sad place, that cafe. I did it! What's going on? He's being too nice. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me. I didn't think it was going to be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning, I had to smash watermelons. I told them all a great story and got even greater jokes. And even good jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly. How can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that? You're 100% sure about your testimony today. I saw what I saw, I swear. That creep just flew through the air? It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a Cyclops, he must be telling the truth. Okay. Present the Grand Prix thing. Not this picture. He showed it to you guys too? Huh? You've seen it as well? Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. Hee. Oh yeah. He didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust too. Let me tell you, that thing is... Okay. So now we know it was... Sorry, I'm stretching. If there's a gigantic bust, the bust fell down, hit him on the head, and then was lifted back up somewhere. The acrobat's window, perhaps, because that's the window above where it was. So that's why it looked like he floated, because it was a bust he got hit with. And my guess would have been that the bust was in the case. But as for why it got taken out of the case and hit with, or it hit him, we're not sure yet. That bust right there. So that's the important thing that was in this photo. It's in the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He made us bow to his greatness. He's got a big bust. I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust. Not that I'm into that sort of thing. Trying to figure out why this noise cancellation is not working as well as it does sometimes. Like right there, I started streaming right after I ate dinner, which probably wasn't very smart, so I've had like a bit of indigestion. And I stifled a burp again there, but I think I saw the mic move, so that means it's coming across, which I was hoping noise cancellation would have taken care of. I guess I need to start, if I know I'm going to do that, which I did at that point. That's why I was watching the heck? The mic just looked completely freaked out. Oh, it freaked out because I was messing with the mute toggle. And I was just cleaning it off. I guess I like held it down so like half muted. But I just completely lost my train of thought. Oh, I'll need to make sure I start actually muting before I do that kind of stuff. Which I should get better about anyway. Sneezing, coughing, burping, just muting myself instead of hoping the noise cancellation hits it. Okay, Max's bus should be over on that small table over there. There's nothing over there. Really? Oh yeah. When was it? I'd say about 5 days ago, all of a sudden, the bus disappeared. Disappeared? If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. So this is how they saw him, because he's wearing the hat. He's got the cloak on, but there's no roses on this. So you would have saw him in this. Well, they would have put the cloak over it, so you would have saw potentially the hat and the thing, and then his other hat would have been laying there. Okay, I just have to put the picture up. So the bust is either the murder... I believe the bust is the murder weapon. And it's how you saw his face, because it was the bust. This thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Aw. Okay. Now we've got the murder weapon. Is there anything else that's changed about this place? Nope, nothing's changed that I can see. I wonder if he's actually thinking about this, or if he's setting up a bad joke. Nope, I'm drawing a blank here. Quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book. I guess there really aren't any other things that could have changed, huh? Well, there is this one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. The pepper's missing. Right? Tell us. What changed? Is this going to be the Cyclops? On the morning of the crime over on the bulletin board, this piece of paper is posted front and center. Piece of paper? It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I can see its title. Yikes. It says, to the murderer. Murderer? Yep, that's what it says. But the rest of it has been ripped off. I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder. Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? Okay, that's super weird. Nick, I think we better follow up on this important lead. Okay, while we're here... Sorry, but I don't know anything about that. Okay. After all, I'm just a clown. Okay. I thought maybe it would have, like, prompted... Oh, there's Pepper missing. Okay, let's move. Big Top. Is Regina back out here? Nope. Now we want to talk to... Let's present... Well, let's present the statue first. Do you mind taking a look at this? Okay, not important. Okay, still doesn't matter. I mean, we could go to the detention center, but let's see if this is cleaned up yet. Okay, let's go to the detention center and show it to... The other option would be to go back into the ringmaster's room to see if someone's there. Present, please. Actually, let's present the box. Do you know about this? No. You know about the pepper? No. Let's ask you about your bust. No. You know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall of the cafeteria. I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? I was enjoying my morning tea. The ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really a company. It was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Really? So we could have looked in his tailcoat. We kept noticing there's something in there, but we never were allowed to take it out. Out of curiosity, what in the world was written in that thing? Let's see. Uh-huh. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Okay. Cool. Thanks for being a weirdo about it. Is she going to be in here now? Nope. Okay. Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved in the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. I bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. I wonder if his death was accidental. I wonder if they're trying to, like, move the bust and they accidentally... It was in the... No, how would they have locked? They were going to put it in the box... And then when they were trying to, they accidentally dropped out the window and hit him before he could open the box or something stupid. Okay, I bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. I knew it. It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. So that's what baited him out. But who did he murder? I don't know. Okay. Tonight at 10 p.m.? That's when the murder took place. Now we need to figure out who called up the ringmaster. We still haven't met Accra. Okay. Move. Big top. We're going to go in the cafeteria. Oh, this is changing it. I thought it was just going to be Mo again. What? Mo's gone. There's a message on the bulletin board. I'm hungry, so I'm off to get some hamburgers. Love, Mo. Hamburger. Just thinking about it is making me hungry. All of a sudden, I need a burger bad. All of a sudden, I need a new partner. Bad. Okay. Okay. 6 entrances. What's his name out here? Let's present. You know anything about this note? Of course you don't. You're just going to say, Okay. Can we get into the... Michael Drew Blanket. Okay. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I am done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally. But with Miss Von Karma... Beep, beep. Nick, what is that? That beeping sound. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something? If you don't mind, pal, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Quick. See ya, pal. I didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flat-foot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in their teens. Well, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. The wind is biting as... Ow! As biting his lashes from a whip. Von Karma. She really did appear. It was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix, right? Do you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. You mean the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news? Ha ha ha. National news. You possess such a small sense of scale. Global news, Mr. Phoenix, right? Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win by just a smidge. What's up? Miss Von Karma. It appears you got your hands onto something big, huh? I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? A conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix, right? Yeah. I get it already. You want to beat and destroy me. I can't worry about her. Gotta try and find out more information myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred von Karma. Of course. Your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix, right? I'd have to see him again one more time. Oh, is she after, Edgeworth? Him? I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted? Was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred von Karma? Exactly right. It was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was... Right again. Miles was like a little brother to me. Huh, little brother? But Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. Fought against him in a few cases. But a little after that, case was over, he vanished. It's your fault he is gone. Huh? It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Nick, what does she mean? Edward's death. Pretty sure he's not dead. Edward was never quite the same after that case, and then with the case after that one. He never set foot in the court again. And then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after you left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead? I don't believe it. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Just like your victory muddied the honorable name von Karma. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own two hands. Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth. Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay? Nick? Miss von Karma? What? I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had about enough of you. Him too. What in the world happened? This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick? Let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor. I'm sorry I brought it up, Nick. Okay. Let's go back, Grisram. I'm assuming the murder might be like of an animal or something. Or did Hitler's like wife die or something? Who knows? You must be Phoenix, right? Yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Ding Ling. Here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro. How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you'd definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of the circus as well? That's right. I mainly performed on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform in is my wheelchair. Okay, you're in a wheelchair. Acro, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night, they decided to run away from it all without me. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me, he was truly a lifesaver. Or did he murder his parents? It seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. It's such a shame. Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Regina is so cute, she's truly a princess. Truly a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina? I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves of my legs were badly damaged. You can't walk now? I can't even stand now. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. Why wouldn't they move him to the 1st floor? That's awful. Oh, wait, the hole in the floor, or in the ceiling of the one room. A levered pulley system, is that where the bus fell through at one point? That's awful. The accident happened during an acrobatic session, right? Uh-oh. We finally have a lock to deal with. Cyclops! It doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago, what in the world went on at the circus then? I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. You went there for rehabilitation? What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. Huh? I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. Him flying up past the window. Yes, thank you. What you saw? Geez, that sounded really ominous. What did you see, Acro? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see, the scene of the crown was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up into the air. He? Maximilian Galactica. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying? I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick. Okay. I want to ask you about Money the Monkey. Hey, Money is a great friend to me. A pile of treasure over there is his collection, huh? It is indeed. Money will bring anything back with him. Aw, that's so cute. Yeah, I'm not great with the ladies, but I seem to be pretty popular with the animals. That was just an interesting thing to ask him, I guess. I'm going to ask you about this box. What do you think of this? I'm sorry, but in my present physical condition, I don't really know much about what goes on outside this room. Okay. That's his generic stock answer. What's this? That's what we want to know. It was posted in the cafeteria the morning before the murder. In the cafeteria? What happened? He suddenly looks incredibly serious. Oh, I apologize. I completely missed that someone actually chatted in here. Peachy Zone, if you're still here, I appreciate you stopping by and typing. My thing does not have timestamps. I don't believe... If you are still here, I appreciate you being here. I don't... Okay, cool. It wasn't showing additional viewers, but I think you are my first ever actual chatter that's a person and not just... I clicked out of the game so my music stopped. And not just someone here promote bots. So, I'm glad it's updated to show viewers now. Well, I'm glad to actually have someone here and watching. It's been a bit. So if it's got something to do with her, then you should go straight to the source. Her? Regina. Ask her about it. I need to see why timestamps aren't showing up in my thing, because that'd be super useful. How do I turn on timestamps? Timestamps, there we go. Perfect. Now I can see that when someone actually touches and see if I didn't just completely miss it. So he told us to ask her, so we need to find Regina and talk to her at some point. He's got nothing else to talk about currently. Should we present anything else to him? Oh yeah, we're supposed to show this to everybody. Maximilian Galactica, right? You'll have to forgive me, but I try not to think about him. Acro won't even look at it. It looks like something is really weighing on him. Okay, so he might have been there and that's when he got hurt or something. I'm gonna ask him about the pupper, but I'm sure that has nothing to do with anything. Okay. Awesome, I appreciate it. I've talked about this in another stream, but it took a super long time to actually get this model made. The person I am making it ran into some issues, and then we had a couple conflicts, and then it took a bit longer than expected, but it came out pretty well. I wasn't sure if like things actually got across what it was kind of supposed to be. One of the things I really enjoy is space and facts and information about space and space travel. So that's kind of why I went with an astronaut theme. And then I am cactus themed as well, but that's kind of really hard to convey without like I tried to see if we could put like the needles of a cactus on there, but it looked really weird, so we went without it. But overall, I am pretty happy with how the model turned out. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's sometime down the line, depending on how things go, I might go for like one with a lot more detail and seeing if it can convey the cactus element a bit more. But I think it's a pretty good start for like the first model I've ever had. I've only eaten cactus once, and I honestly don't remember how it tastes. I did what is that? Oh, I don't remember what it's called. Is it prickly pear cactus? Is the one that's used to make like a lot of beverages and stuff like that. I've had that juice in a lot of different ways and had that prepared. I used to live in Arizona where like that's pretty prevalent. So I've had like that was a lot there, and they used that in a lot of stuff when I took my mother to visit the botanical gardens out there in Phoenix, and they had like prickly pear cactus like stuff everywhere. Oh, we're sorry. Don't worry about it. No need to apologize. Okay. Anything else to present him? I don't think so. So let us... Anything else to examine in here? He's got a barbell. Look around. Everything he's got is for upper body training. Yeah, I know for as much cactus as there is in like the Southwest in America, they don't use it for a ton. I don't know if that's just different variations of cactus as opposed to like what you have in Mexico. I wouldn't think it'd be terribly different, but I know like the way you always hear about them being not necessarily consumed in like media and stuff like that in America, it's always like, oh, if you're stranded in the desert and you need water, the best place you're gonna get water is cutting open a cactus. Just because they basically just soaked up so much water and other things on the inside. So you can cut them open and get a lot of liquid out of them. Okay, wait a second. These are the same machines I see on TV all the time. Hey, Nick. What? I don't have this one. This barbell here is a new model. Don't overdo it, you won't want to end up a muscle woman. I'm trying to see like if the weights can be used as like a pulley system. That's what I'm trying to figure out if you have a pulley system in here. We'll look at everything. Hey, the net's ripped. Okay, we already read this exact thing before. About living with the rim, yada yada. The monkey doesn't think the funk on a nasty dunk. Anything new in the pile? Okay. Hey, it's a picture of Virginia. Okay, that's new. Well, she is a shining beauty. No objections here. Wasn't that important. Let's look at the window as well. You can see the big top from the window here. There's no snow on top of the big top. Kind of weird, don't you think? The inside of the tent is warm, so any snow that lands on the top probably melts. I guess you're right. The snow probably just slides right off. Yeah, I can tell you. So this is the Phoenix, or I always forget the full name. The Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series, or Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. What's the actual name of it? So yeah, it's Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. The original games, I want to say, came out in the late 90s, early 2000s. Maybe a little bit after that. I forget exactly when they came out. But it's a Japanese game that I believe was initially made for the DS. Maybe not the DS. I think it was kind of for handheld. It's basic problem-solving mystery games and logic that I think it's designed towards a younger audience. I've played the first game in this series before. Actually, when I streamed under a different name and actually not as a VTuber. So I kind of figured this would be an easy one to jump into when I started... I just realized my stream title I don't think ever updated from when I tried to update at the beginning of the day. But yeah, it was a kind of one I figured would be good to get back into streaming because I hadn't done it in a while. Because basically it makes me talk the entire time. So it's giving me a bit more vocal exercises. But basically there's a murder where always the defense attorney. It follows... It's supposed to be in America, but it follows like the Japanese system because it's a Japanese developed game. And so it doesn't really follow Western logic for court cases. Basically, we investigate, then there's a day in court. We basically have to contradict whatever evidence they present by getting information as we investigate here. It's pretty straightforward overall. The only way to like really lose is when you have to present something getting it wrong multiple times, which sometimes the logic isn't very sound and you present something that doesn't really make sense. Like, you know, things are one way, but you can't really articulate it with the evidence properly. So it gets a little bit weird, but we collect all this evidence. As we go throughout the case, you know, we can either show this to people to get more information from them, get more information from them, or once we actually go to do the case, like to contradict what they said to present like our side of it. It can be a little bit frustrating, but it's fun overall. Plus, it's always like a little bit wacky, and like it's not meant to be overly serious. It's kind of lighthearted. Even though earlier they were talking about a guy, you know, disappearing and dying, and it's always a murder case, but it's still pretty lighthearted overall. So it can take a while to get into. Maybe it's not that easy to explain overall. But right now we're between days in court, so we're trying to investigate and get some more information. So right now I'm looking at stuff I've actually looked at before the previous day, but I'm just trying to see if anything's changed at all, and it hasn't really. Because last time we were in this room, we hadn't met the actual guy. So like right now when I'm investigating, I take the magnifying glass. Anything yellow is something I can investigate. A check means I've already checked it. A check without a check means I haven't today, though I've checked it before. So Money the monkey swings around on this, so I already kind of knew that. So now since there's nothing left to do in here, because we've already talked to him about everything, so the only unique thing about this version of the game is, I guess I can actually show you. So this little lock here means I know he lied about that, but so if I show him this, I can actually go into his mind, which is a little bit goofy, but I can show things to prove to him that he's lying, and then he'll tell me the truth. Right now, I'm pretty sure I don't actually have the information I need for this, so I'm just going to see what he says and then back out. But I have to ask you, how were you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice? Yes. Unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were really cause, he'd have no reason to keep it secret. Acro, are you really telling me that a practice accident was the cause of your injury? So this bar up here, when it's full, like that's how many mistakes I can make. If I get this wrong, it costs me 2. If this empties, I actually lose and have to like reload and start. Right now, I do not have anything to like present what the cause of his injury is. So I'm just going to back out, and it's not going to cost me anything. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. So kind of everywhere I've gone before, once something progresses, it might change. So like now I'll bounce around to like other places I've been. Nothing's changed here. We'll bounce back out here. Nothing's changed here. Right now I'm trying to find Regina and talk to her. She should be somewhere around here at the circus. I just got to figure out where she is. So like him I've already talked to and done everything for him, but like if I'd gotten a new thing I could show him to get more information, I could show him, but I've already like gone through this for him and nothing. So let's see if we can find Regina in here. So if this pops up, it means something's changed in this room, basically. Grr. So we're gonna find Regina and her tiger. I'm pretty sure. I've got a bad feeling about this. Grr. Yeah, Nick. Wonderful. Today's special must be filet of phoenix. Stay, heal. Oh, Maya. Nick. It's you guys. I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake. A mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson, but I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey? So she was expecting Money the monkey, but so now we can talk to her. Since there's no check, I haven't asked her about this stuff yet. So she's the daughter of the ringmaster who's the murder victim in this case. Completely what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was. I love my dad so much. I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. That's why I feel so lonely. Now that I won't be able to see him for a while. For a while? Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad. He told me that. Okay. So Leon, we have the note that like somebody was accusing somebody of murder. I forgot that Leon the lion died. So the accusation is going to be that the ringmaster somehow killed the lion or something like that, I think. But when Leon died, I talked with my dad. He told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means that my dad's looking down at me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. That's kind of sweet. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? You think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. You really think so? Yeah, you will, I think. I've got a feeling that everyone's doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Let's ask about Money the Monkey. Just to go back and clear something up, why do you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. He's got something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you? It must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. We should? When the costume gets hit by a spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. I guess I'll say, but of course. Leave it all up to us. Guess there's no turning down that request. Yeah, you're really gonna do it? Okay, let's present. We want to ask her about Acro. Ah, it's Acro. Is he in his room today? Yes, he is. We just came back from meeting with him. Hope his legs get better soon. Acro is so incredible, especially on the trapeze. The trapeze is that enormous swing hanging from the top of the tent, right? Yep, that's it. I really want to see him up there again. Acro the acrobat. That's strange. Acro doesn't seem to have very many nice things to say about Regina, but Regina seems to like Acro just fine. Okay. You want to present this note to see if she's got anything about this. Regina, have you ever seen this before? I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket? I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. Breakfast time? Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I'd go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realized the piece of paper was in your pocket? Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket. And then what? I wonder if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did. I stuck it up there. How do you know? Check something here real quick. There we go. Okay. Okay. So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? The morning of the murder, I think. That explains a lot. I wonder who wrote this. Note updated in the court record. Yeah, you would have to think it came from Acro pretty obviously. I guess I'll ask her about the statue. There's no denying Max is cool. I want to try flying someday with Max. She's already flown off into her own little world. Nick, I want to try flying too. Okay. I'll think about it. Guess we'll show her all this. Because why not? There's no denying it. Max is cool. I want to try flying someday with Max. She's already flown. Okay, it's the same thing. You don't know anything about the pepper, do you? That's pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria? Huh? It's from the cafeteria? It's not? I remember seeing it there. So this is the cafeteria's pepper. You know, I'm not a big fan of pepper. Know anything about this box? About this, what can you tell me? Okay, so she doesn't know anything about that. Okay, I don't think there's anything else to show her. Let's go check the cafeteria. Oh, welcome back. I appreciate the follow, by the way. I didn't see an alert pop up when it went off, but I do appreciate it. The first follow I've gotten. Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello. Welcome to the Bistro du Cirque, aka the cafeteria. It smells so good in here. And those burgers look great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They're absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet. I can tell by the smell. Well, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. I guess we can ask him some new stuff. Now the ringmaster is gone, what are you going to do? That's all I've thought about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard Acro's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger? He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset? Yes, he was. Anyways, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying on the ringmaster shoes. What, really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? Maybe a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Mo. All that's left is to see if everyone can get over the tragedy. You know? The tragedy? You know? What is he talking about? Get over what tragedy, Mom? I'm guessing Leon the Lion being killed? Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. It must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, that's it. You're right, girlie. Dang, dang, dang. Correcto mundo. Doesn't he mean ding? No, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? No, not at all. What makes you think that? Just the way you said, if everyone can get over the tragedy, seemed a bit strange. It sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. I could be talking about Acro's accident, too, I suppose. Eek, 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 eek. Well, I'm right, aren't I? Alright, so now we know he's lying, but we have to be able to prove it as well. So now we're getting closer to the truth. It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago, eh? Okay, so we're going to... First, we're going to present Acro's profile to see if he has anything to say about him. He's always been a very private guy. When he came here, he was only about 10 years old. We just started the very big circus around the time that Russell took him in. These are really hard memories to bring up. Acro was so happy to have joined the circus. He's especially grateful to the ringmaster. I'm sure he's grateful to you too. Huh? He's grateful to me too? Aw shucks, you guys are exaggerating. He's fidgeting around so much you can tell that he's embarrassed. Okay, so we got a little bit of additional information. Let's show him... I mean, he's the one who told us about the note. I don't think he's going to know anything else here. Where did you find the rest of this note? Anyway, maybe it'd be best if I didn't tell Mo where he found it. Don't worry about it, Mo. If I didn't need to worry about it, you shouldn't have shown it to me. That's fair. Oh, we want to see what it's asking for here. And before we go around and look some more to see what we can get to break through his lies here. No, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus? Okay, there's no need to look so scared when you ask me. Hey, look over there, some juicy burgers, let's eat instead. Fortunately, I'm more a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. Actually, I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Oh, we're probably going to need to go to the hospital to get the guy's records, would be my guess. He said something about an accident? This wouldn't have to be the cause of that accident, would it? Hold on. I'm assuming I just show him Acro's profile, but just in case, we're going to look around first because I don't want to lose points because I'm close to losing. If push comes to shove, I can save and reload if we get it wrong, but I'd prefer not to do that. So let's check out some other areas. I don't think there's going to be anything new in here. Nope. Back to circus entrance. Alright, we can't go to the hospital, so there's not that, but we will probably go ask Max about it. First, we have nothing new to present to him, right? Already presented this multiple times, I think. Yeah. He's got nothing he can tell us. Let's go try talking to Max again. There's nothing there that I think we'll take a shot at just presenting the profile to Mo and see if he's lying. They must have taken Max in for questioning again. There really isn't anything that we need to ask him right now anyway. You're right, I guess. All right, let's go then. Okay. I hate to do it, but we're probably gonna save scum before we make this presentation, just in case. Because when you lose, you usually have to go all the way back to a save. So I just kind of want to save to see what happens here. Oh, I guess there's the other thing I can do is I can try to find the monkey. I could go to Acro's room to see if the monkey's there because he stole... we'll just do this real quick. Okay, yada yada. So what would be the cause of that accident? Would it... It seems like this isn't lining up correctly, but I'm gonna do it anyway. How about this? Looks tasty. What? You know, the burgers. Looks like you should... Okay. Well. I got it wrong. So, I feel a little bit bad about it, but I'm not that concerned about save scumming. So we're just going to do it and load just so we get those points back. We need to try to find... I completely forgot about that, but yeah, we're trying to find... Monkey, it's not there. Whoops. Move. Is he up here in Alfred's room? Nope. There's nothing new to look at there. Whoops. We don't have anything new to talk about here. Okay, so something's changed here. This is why you just kind of have to go everywhere to figure stuff out. Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Okay, it's the monkey. Nick, it's money. That monkey's holding something. That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina. Remember? All right, time to take on this monkey, attorney style. We'll do that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. Yikes. Wow. Do we get it? I tried to have a monkey-to-monkey talk with him. I really did. Nick, you... I swiped it while Money was distracted. Wow, you're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it. Let me see it. You can see it fine from where you are. You know what I mean. I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you in at the circus and I can get some peace and quiet. What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, guess it's time for you to lay off the burgers. Not to mention it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. The shiny spangled vest, it's not my size at all. So then you would think it's not Regina's size either. So let's go up to Acro's room. I want to show it to Acro. Because I think it might be his. Anything about this? Okay. He doesn't care about it. Alright, we're gonna go give it to Regina. I guess I'll just show it to everybody real quick, just in case. Nope, same thing, generic answer, which means it doesn't actually care. I'll show it to her. Here you go, Regina. Yay, thank you. You really got it back for me. Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney. Blush. It's nothing. No wonder guys melt to mush in front of this girl. Hey, Regina. That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? This isn't mine. It was Leon's. I thought Leon was a lion. Leon's. You know, the lion she told us about. Oh, the one that someone killed. Does that give okay, it does give us a new thing to talk about with her. Okay. Leon, he was killed, wasn't he? That's right, my dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. Okay, so did the lion injured Acro, and then they killed him for it. Is Regina the killer after all this? Because she doesn't understand what death is, so the fact that she killed her father doesn't actually bother her? But during practice, Leon was sitting down, and then he opened his mouth, you know? God. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth. Wait, you put your head into a lion's mouth? I sure did. The people in the crowd always love seeing me do that. They always start screaming. You sure they're screaming because they love seeing you do that? Anyways, what was the bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during that practice. Regina, everything was alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon, yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky. Poor thing. Yeah, it can be, especially if you're coming in like the middle of it, it can be a little complicated, especially since like you're not familiar with the mechanics of it. Because I mean, obviously, like the first case you do has a tutorial and like walks you through everything, so it can be a little much if you're coming in like as it's already in progress. So if you catch it like as a new case is starting, it's a little bit better. Poor thing. I mean, that's the downside too of it. Like some of these cases like take, you know, of actual playtime like 5+ hours. So it's hard to do in a single sitting too, to where like you have to remember stuff. But usually it's like I said, it's not overly complicated once you kind of get into it more. Okay. Leon, the animal show's lion shot by the ringmaster 6 months ago for biting a performer. So now that we've got that piece of information, we know there was an accident 6 months ago involving Leon. So now we should be able to go into the cafeteria and ask him about it, I think. Just in case I'm going to save again. Because this is like when I say sometimes the game doesn't follow logic very well. So like right now we know when we're going to ask him about an accident 6 months ago, we're going to show him Leon. We clearly know what we're trying to talk about, but sometimes the game's logic doesn't actually follow. And yada yada yada. Cause of that accident. I'm going to show Leon. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right? How did you? I told him so many times. You shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right? Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He never could say no to her. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Should be Acro. Come on, Mo. Don't come up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. You promised. He's involved in this, too. He's involved, huh? Mo must be talking about... Mo, is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? I mean, it's either Acro or the Ringmaster. I'm gonna say Acro. If that's wrong, then we'll lose. It must have been Acro, right? How do you know? Okay, because he's the one who got injured. That would have erased my little gauge, so that could have been really bad. Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the Ringmaster. No way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. I'm sorry, Acro. Now, the nice thing about breaking both those locks is it should actually recharge part of my gauge. So I can potentially make, I can make more mistakes in the future now. It's just like you said, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it would have probably been better if he had. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive, but when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in. Oh, okay, so this isn't accurate? Oh, coma? All he does now is lie in his bed at the hospital, and that's all he's ever going to be able to do. I see. How is he related to Acro? He's his brother. Okay, so they were, I guess it makes sense. They're trapeze artists. Usually you need to have two people to do trapeze work. So he's his brother. Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. Brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and... Okay. Those are dumb names. Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyway, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. How'd Acro get hurt? Who's Acro's younger brother? Sean Dingling, but everyone always calls him Bat. He fell in love with Regina, trying to win her love was his downfall. So, like, every character's in love with Regina. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden, Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why'd he do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling. You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Wow, that is bright red. Oh gosh. Some sick grin. No way, that's impossible. A smirking lion, a flying murderer. Why does it seem that's always Mo who catches all these incredible events? Nick, can lions smile? We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Lion out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened. Well, you guys were so serious, what was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all his truthfulness has put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. Shaka, shaka, shaka. There he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self. So we're going to realize it's the pepper from the case? Ah. Chew. Chew a chew. Nice, what a wonderful sneeze. Huh? You think so? You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownmanship. Really, I know you Gowdy understand that. Nick, I think I'd make a good clown. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneezer. So was the lion made to sneeze, and that's why it bit on the guy's head? The smiling thing is weird, but if you go to sneeze, do you automatically, would that trigger a smile? I don't know, okay. Zarina sneezes with pepper too. She does. Bat would always tease her with pepper. Bat? From my point of view, those two always look so perfect together. They look perfect together, huh? I mean, I'm gonna present the pepper from that was inside this wooden box. But does it? Okay, I don't think. Okay. Didn't matter. Is there anything else present to him? I don't think so. Let's go back and talk to Regina. Because now now that we have the profile of Bat, we can ask her about Bat. What do you think about this person? Sorry. Sorry. I've already given my heart to another man. So I'm not interested in enrolling in your dating service. Huh? I just want to know if you knew this person. Okay, it's weird that she's not going to talk about him. Nothing new here, right? Okay. So now we can go back to... Acro. And attempt to ask him about his brother. I did say I'll be back. Wait, or was that someone else? We're back because Acro's hiding why his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. It seems that he knows that we know. Well, it seems you've got things you want to talk about, so fire away. Alright, we're going to save again just in case we really goof this up. If I get like one thing wrong, it's fine. I just don't want to like lose the game. Well, we'll just present this first. Oh. See if he talks about it. Lately, I've been confined to this room, so I don't have a clue what's going on with the circus. Okay. Present Leon. What do you think of this? Okay. Generic answers, so let us just present this to see if we can break through his lie. I forget specifically what he said. I have to ask, how are you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this in accident in practice. Accident in practice. Yes. Unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. That's really close to injuries. Accurate, you're really telling me that a practice accident was the cause of your injury. Let's present this. Leon, 6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. But, I mean, we don't know he was attacked by the lion. His brother was bit by the lion. I guess then he fought with the lion? I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion? That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If the lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word to be using. So let me rephrase it as battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone. Okay, now that would be Bat, who it was biting. Bat. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. One more to go. Mo, he must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo, but he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. A slip of the tongue? Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. Yeah, because he said it cut down together. Okay. That's where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident, together, like always. I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. I still haven't broken Acro's last psych lock. This must be one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Acro, I know you're still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive, and he doesn't like Regina. So that seems to be the obvious answer. Regina, you always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. So he thinks that she was responsible for the lion biting his brother, saying things like she's cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack you? Twice. Ha ha ha. He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurned on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Dale, maybe I overdid it again. But if I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. Oh, the note. Because it was in Regina's pocket. I would think, maybe this is wrong. Where'd you get it? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. I always take Acro as breakfast in the morning. You wrote this, and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. So did he wanted Regina to come out and he accidentally killed the ringmaster instead of Regina? I'm still a little bit confused about who the actual murderer is on this one. My legs were injured by Leon 6 months ago. My younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth, like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date. That's insane. Did he know how dangerous that is? We all thought he was being stupid too, but that line was very old to begin with, and age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing. And that's when the accident happened? He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards it. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit it. I see. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason why I keep going. This isn't very lighthearted anymore. Bat and Regina, they were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross, it's covered in blood. This scarf was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. Was there pepper on that and that's what caused him to sneeze? When he did it, he looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. Oh. When he bit down on Bat's head, the expression on Leon's face looked like a grin. That looks like, I think that's supposed to be a sneeze. Nick, I know, most said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. Miss Von Karma, I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. The scarf is evidence in the trial. That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro will talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. Alright, that's probably the end of the investigation, so now we'll head up to the next trial phase. Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out. Look at you, all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. This is all beginning to come together now. Okay. So yeah, I'm coming up with to be continued. This is like where in the game you would normally save and such, which we will save. I do have a full bar back from breaking through those locks. So the trial is where I run into issues sometimes because I know where I'm trying to go, but a lot of times I don't understand the one piece that the game thinks I need to present to get there. So hopefully we don't run into too many complications here. Good morning, Max. Oh yeah, good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Tee-hee. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina. How fabulous, my sweetie pie. My sweetie pie princess. You came to watch my performance today? Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that. So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess. Oop. I accidentally clicked and skipped it. It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on. Even where she is. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? No. Top of the morning to you, Governor. Why is he doing a British accent? Top of the morning. That's a ticket. Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain functions. Aha, aha. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my, thanks. Everyone's giving him milk. So how are you today, right? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line. Literally. He's got guts to spare. If all I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is, I'm used to it already. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you going to do then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and to the truth. You're right, but it's going to be tough. So normally in these trials, I'll explain once we get to see it. But anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her to the court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. Maybe an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. So if he knows Acro's the killer, why was he so adamant the day before about Max being the killer? It's a little bit confusing. Unless he's secretly the killer. But it seems that it makes sense that it's Acro. And he thought he was killing Regina. Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We've discovered a new witness, or shall I say, a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime. Order, order. I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor Gumshoe. Very well, please call your witness to the stand. Sorry, taking a drink. Time to get to work, or shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope. Oh, the birds get in the courthouse. Name and occupation. Ken Ding Ling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Very Big Circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Can you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. So the way these trials work is they'll present their witness testimony, which the first time we see it, it just goes through. And then we get our chance to cross-examine, at which point we can press on each statement to ask for more information, or we can present a piece of evidence that contradicts what they say. The caveat that they kind of said at the beginning of this day of court cases is that we're not going to be able to press, which usually what I just try to do is I press on every single statement because sometimes the game is weird and you have to present or press on one specific thing that adds something that then lets you present. Even though like you know what you're trying to get to, unless you press, it doesn't actually get to there. Now it's making it seem like I'm not going to be able to press at all, but we'll see. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. Where's his wheelchair? His wheelchair's nowhere in the room, which is just probably just a lack in the artwork. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. At this point, we know what he saw was the bust, if he saw anything at all. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness's testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there's very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. Foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix, right? Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. I'm going to see if it lets me press. It's just after 10 p.m. and I was resting my bed. That's real basic information. I don't care about that. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. So I would ask more about this. Your room was on the 3rd floor, right? Yes, and you said that you were resting in bed. That is correct. But you were still able to hear a sound from outside? I was indeed. Pressing echo doesn't seem to get results. But maybe something was contradictory in what he just said now. I don't think there was. Doesn't matter, nothing, Your Honor. Until I can find a clear contradiction, I should tread lightly. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. So we want... I'm a little confused how they want me to proceed with this, but we're going to figure it out. The light room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window? The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see, but honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Do you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. Maybe there's something fishy with his last bit of testimony. We'll come back to it. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. I want to see I want to look back at what he said. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. That seems fine. Okay. I don't want to save scum too much, but we're going to do it anyway. Because I think what I want to do is present... I don't think that's a clear contradiction, though. Let me press on this just to see what he says. For sure it was a human being. It could have been a mannequin or perhaps a large action figure. Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin, an action figure is plausible. You have no need to mince words with Mr. Phoenix, right? Testify to the truth and only the truth, just as if we were there with you that night. I believe it was a human. So I want to present this, but it's not like really a contradiction. There's huge contradiction with testimony just given. There's contradiction that I prove with evidence. She's right, let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? I think this is not going to count. And I might just load just because I'm just trying to see what happens here. This one, what is this? Ow. You just don't get it, do you, Mr. Phoenix, right? What don't I get? You're not going to be able to get through this one with your usual bluff routine. Your client looks to be ready to take off once again. Straight towards a guilty verdict. You were bluffing? You will not forgive any more mockeries made of this court. Whoops. Witness, would you mind repeating your testimony? Okay, it didn't lose me points. Bump. A few minutes, I saw someone flying right by my window. But that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw it, I thought I was dreaming. I guess we'll press on this just to see if he trips up and says something weird. When did you start thinking that what you saw wasn't a dream? That's not important. I believe that the prosecution has done a bit of maintenance on the witness's memory. Just to make sure, let's ask the witness. Oh. Objection. Sustained. Don't sustain that. Acker must be lying about what he saw, right? Of course he is. Now the challenge would be to expose his lies in court. I guess we'll press on this too. So that you were resting in bed. One would thus assume you turned the lights off in your room, correct? We already knew that. There's safety lights around the outside of the lodging house. It's so bright that sometimes it can make it hard to sleep. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea to close some curtains? Okay, I think I know where we're at. I think I realized what I need to present. I think I figured it out. Okay. I really thought that I guess it means I'm off to buy some curtains. Sometimes I do make myself useful in these chambers. The witness will pursue this testimony. Okay. It is... So, this... Because his hat, the hat was at the crime scene. So he couldn't have been wearing the hat as he flew off. Is the idea. That's true. I was going to bed after all. Yada yada. Yes, he saw the silk hat. There is a contradiction. The hat was left at the crime scene. You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it in Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame, because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has two silk hats? No, this is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica, which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. But he's not fibbing. He saw the bust, or he could be fibbing because he didn't see anybody as the killer, I guess. As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth, and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? Yeah, we're just going to say Acro's the murderer, I suppose. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Ha ha ha. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab an audience's heart and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to almost be scary. He is staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is trying to help his client, but to do this by accusing me of murder of all things... See, even a sliver of common sense makes it clear that the accusation is ludicrous. She's right. Way to pick up on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well? I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? I don't think he did, but I could be wrong. I'm trying to think. I mean, unless you want to say the monkey, maybe? But that'd be kind of weird. I'm saying he threw the thing out the window. And then, yeah, I'm going to say, of course he did. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? Oh, just knocking on my desk. You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. Order? What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm going to have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, then let's do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright. This witness is the killer, and his eyewitness account is all lies, correct? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingley? He was in his room. He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room? Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What do you say, Mr. Dingling? It's an interesting theory. That's it? Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. As he's in a wheelchair, there's no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You've got a point. It seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix, right? The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. That's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick. If you mess up here... She's right. I can't mess up here. I've got to give this one serious thought. I'm sure that Acro killed the ringmaster, and he did it while he was in his room. No doubt about it. Time to enlighten us as to how Mr. Dingling committed the crime, Mr. Wright. I'm going to present some evidence. I wonder if it's going to let me do this. What's that, a picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust, it's quite a large bust, and because it is life-sized, is also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death. Especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. See, this is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster, with the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. I know they're making it like they're making a breast joke. Order. So you're saying the bust fell onto the ringmaster? A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. How can you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro is an acrobat. You should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro. You can't run away from... Whoop. Getting whipped. Better watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? Bon karma. She's just using his testimony as a ruse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't you say things my way once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. Arg, that woman will sink to any low to win a case. Okay, fresh set of testimony. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. No, the box was out there, which you knew that they were going to try to like look at the box, so you could just aim at the box. That would be my assumption. But we'll figure it out here. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? I have no doubt in regards to this witness's testimony. It's impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. So that's it. We got to get them on the ringmaster's head, and we'll do that by presenting the case. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. And the significance of the pepper in the case is there was pepper on the scarf that the guy was wearing when he had his head bit, and the lion sneezed because it smelled the pepper on the scarf. I'm pretty sure that's where this is going. That's what I was thinking. What's your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really. Grr, I can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. Okay, so I think what I need to do... So when he talks about not knowing the location. So here, why do you say it would have been impossible? Allow me to explain. You accept that if I was carrying the bust, I couldn't see out below the window. Which is, he meant to hit Regina, not the ringmaster. So he ended up killing the ringmaster because he wasn't looking, is the whole point. Well, I suppose you've got a point. Hey, Nick, huh? What if you turn things around? Maybe if you think it's sort of like this. Well, this is kind of new. If you knew the location of the ringmaster's head, then he could drop the bust. That does make sense, if only I could prove somehow. That Akron knew the location of the ringmaster's head without looking down. I can. I think I've already explained things sufficiently. Okay, yeah, I know if you use some kind of tool and from the ringmaster, let's take a Nick, show him what you got. So let's break with the case. Maybe we overlook something. Okay. Okay, so we want to present on this, and we're going to present the case. This makes sense to me, but sometimes the game doesn't... What makes sense to me doesn't make sense to the game, so we'll see here. Acro, you didn't really need to lean out the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I might add. Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix, right? Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over? The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bust came falling down was exactly the same moment the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bust were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there'd be no way that it could miss the head of the victim. No. Order, order, order. This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going. There's only one way to go from here. Forward. So the next question I have is, who placed the wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Oh, allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright. You're really whipping the heck out of him. The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made. Specially made? It's a 20-pound box with nothing in it. Indeed, it had the most peculiar feature. The box has a remarkable weight. I mean, 20 pounds isn't really that heavy, but according to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down. I guess, yeah. You'd have to squat down and lift it up. And lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place. Fool! I was like a huge pause when he's going there. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? I do. It was in the cafeteria. Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. Ah, that means... You understand what I mean, don't you? I may have very well been able to drop the bust from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bust from the cafeteria to my room? So my assumption here... We got that shiny clothes back from the monkey. He put that shiny clothes on the bust, which caused the monkey to take it up to his room, because that's where the monkey takes everything. I don't know what evidence we can present to prove that. You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright, explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Arg. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bust from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. But this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happened once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. Oh, I just punched my microphone. How did the witness get the bus from the cafeteria back to his room? The monkey. A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist's ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own and then brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put down the whip. Or maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. Oh, they're going off of the cards. I went off of putting the piece of clothing on the bust, which also would have worked. But I guess he does have shiny things. Yes, and they're made of platinum, which is very shiny. Gwah. So he didn't actually plan it until he had the bust, maybe. Acro, money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bust back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Order, order. I said, order, Miss Von Karma. Where is the bust in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. This is a rather strange turn of events. But let's say the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Did you mean this bust was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it is entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron. That's not much of a retort. Mr. Wright's argument was so circular that I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And what is that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. There's no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? We saw the bust. Nick, don't let her beat you now. I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? Saw the bust. He saw Max's... Oops. I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frere. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off of the cards in the bust's hands. Idiot, who in their right mind would put a cloak on the bust? Doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is the most important to this case, don't you agree? Doe, he caught me. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? Well, I mean, you would have to assume Acro. If I present that and it's wrong, then the answer is going to be the ringmaster because he was wearing the cloak. But when would he have put it on the bust? I mean, we're going to say Acro and that might be wrong. I wonder, Mr. Phoenix Wright, didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? So then how did the person get a hold of the cloak? Well, furthermore, how this person got the cloak onto the bust, I wonder? Because this person was not spotted at the scene. I'm sorry. Okay, so that is wrong. That's fine. When she's so nice about telling me I'm wrong, it hurts even more. Wow. Jameson Von Karma carried a whip approach. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. So we got something wrong there. You saw it, ate some of that. We're going to say Russell, but that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. If this is also wrong, fool him. You're saying that it was the victim himself, Russell Berry? That's what I'm saying. So clearly the right answer, but I don't understand how he would have done it. I mean, the victim himself placed the cloak on the bust. Place the cloak isn't the right way of putting it. Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Because he wore it out there to disguise himself as Max because he knew the guy was looking for the murderer. But he wouldn't have been looking for Max. It was just... I know what we're getting at, but I don't... I'm a little confused how the cloak got there. Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all of this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright, so you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. I hope they're not going to force me to point it out. He used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust, and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. It's just the idea that it, like, when it hit him, the force knocked the cloak up. That doesn't make a ton of sense. Okay, then that's when Riker took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. At the very instant that the bus hit the victim, see, that seems kind of stupid. I don't, that's not how physics works, really. You just wait a second there, Mr. Phoenix, right? As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. It's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. So what we still have to do with this case, we've kind of proven it, but then they're going to say, well, why did he do it? And that's when we're going to say he wasn't trying to kill the ringmaster, he was trying to kill Regina, and the pepper, and the brother scarf thing. The circus isn't over yet. What? The impact of the bus and the victim threw the cloak out, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused this sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Moe Curls, the clown. When Moe looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Carnelsi went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Moe saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it, primarily because in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out of his window, so he just kept pulling the bust up. So it looks like it's flying. Okay, we're wrapping this case up nicely. And that's how the magical murderer disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro could only have been you. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he has come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? We really don't. But this is where, like, Western courts differ from the court in this video game, which may or may not actually be based off Japan's system. We've basically proven an alternative to the crime, so our client should be found not guilty because there's a reasonable explanation for someone else having committed the murder. So in real life, this would be the end of the case. But here in this game, we have to absolutely prove that somebody else did it. In this court, only two things matter: the power of evidence and the power of my whip. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Yes, you're right. The prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? Nick, they say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method. But there's still something unusual about Moe's eyewitness account. Unusual? A contradiction, actually. Okay, then, use that and get us out of this jam. I'm not sure what we're referring to right now. That's enough talking. Amongst yourselves, proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. I want to say it's bottle, but that might not make a ton of sense. Oh. What? I mean, the hat? No. Because he couldn't see the roses. So because the cloak was on backwards, he wouldn't have seen them, I think. Problem is Max has 3 symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. The symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday there were 2 contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other. The theory I just presented explains all those contradictions. You fool, do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. But remember what Mo said yesterday. He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The hat on the bust. I mean, I thought that was obvious. Is that what we were presenting? If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat, well, sort of. It's fine, you've got one, but what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court. He said that he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night, but the clown's testimony doesn't match. The clown said there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try to explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the incident when the cloak snagged onto the bust. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, what happened to the white roses? They would face the other way. Or they get blocked by the bust, I guess, is the idea. You get it yet? If the cloak got snagged on the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. Ah. Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Order. I think we're in pretty good shape here. This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Miss Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. The Maeve and Karma will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Yeah, now we're going to get to he's going to say, why would I want to kill the ringmaster? And he didn't intend to. He meant to kill Regina. Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think that I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. Yep. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude toward the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there's absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster, his life up until now. What do we do? There's no doubt that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive. We know what it is. We just got to get there. It seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well. However, I feel this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after the recess. This court will now take a 10-minute recess. Okay, I think we're going to play this case through to the end today, though we've been going almost 4 hours. I can't imagine it's going to be too much longer. Like, I can't imagine it's going to be more than like another half an hour. So we're going to try to knock this all the way out. I mean, this has to be the end. We're pretty much only have a few things left to do. I can't believe it. Acro? It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is, and I think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated? Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did. Just cough. But I'm nothing but a little nobody, you know? But you're not, which is kind of the reason why. I guess we don't know why he necessarily framed him at this point. Cough. Hey, pal. All right, take another drink. You're going to ignore me after I went to all this trouble to bring you some evidence? Detective Gumshoe. I forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyway. Now, detective. I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? We've got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, detective? Ho, ho, ho. Well, if you insist. Now, about that evidence you mentioned. What is it? Yep, it's the scarf that has pepper on it, I assume. Here you go, huh? This was yesterday in Acro's room. Yep, I've included the forensic results. Take a look at it later. Won't Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis. So this is another spot where it's weird of the prosecution has evidence and they weren't going to show it to us, even though it exonerates our client. That would never fly in a normal court. But everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know, Miss Von Karma didn't seem to control things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set into motion. Final plans? Uh-huh. That reminds me, I've got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it, and that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What did he mean by that? The very end part? I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Ah, don't scare me like that. It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? For me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk. For me? I don't know what the twist is going to be. Because I can't imagine what the prosecutor would still have to show that our guy's guilty. So why there's so much milk is there's a point earlier, I think it was the first part of the case, or was it this part of the case, where he said every time before he does a performance, he has a glass of milk to calm him down. So they're sending him milk to calm him down for whatever reason. Ms. Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling? Yes, Your Honor? Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Gulp. So, are they going to let me check this yet? Well, let's get through this. When we were little, we were abandoned by my parents. I want to check. Do I have the scarf? Staying with his blood in a small quantity of pepper. So we're right about the lion sneezing. That's when the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. So none of this matters because he wasn't trying to kill the ringmaster. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man he held in such esteem. You are absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? This might be my last chance to answer that question. I guess I'll cross-examine. Like, there isn't actually that good of a reason to, but I'm probably just going to press everything and then nothing's going to happen. Well, I'm just going to let him talk. And I'm going to see if it just moves on from there. I should have just said I don't need to cross-examine him. Because, yeah, none of this really seems to matter. Now, I think the more I cross-examine him, the worse I end up looking in the end. You mean, I get the feeling this cross-examination was a trap. Yeah, but Karma set you up again. Oh, I can't. Okay. I have to do something. I should have just said don't cross-examine. Yes, me and my brother Sean and I. What? You have a brother? How old were you when this happened? I was 8 years old and my brother is 4. Your parents were very cruel, weren't they? Nowadays, we aren't bitter about what happened to us, because it allowed us to meet the wonderful people at the Big Berry Circus. Nick, the judge is getting misty-eyed. He's got a soft spot for sob stories. I wonder if this is going to, like, be a... No crying court, then we may pursue the testimony. If this is going to, like, be a penalty or not. It doesn't look like it was. How do you describe your relationship with the ringmaster? It was like an uncle, a father, and a big brother all rolled up into one. The ringmaster and my brother were the only family I had. What about the other people at the circus? This was over 15 years ago. Back then, there were very few customers coming in, so no one really had the time to look after us. They were worried about other things. But the ringmaster, he would always come see us with a laugh and a smile. What a beautiful story. That's why I was always thinking of what I could do to help. I wanted to thank him. Nick, isn't Acro such a wonderful person? I know, he seems like a nice guy, which is what makes this so difficult. So then how long have you been a performer? I became an acrobat around 9 years old. Start off as an acrobat? Is that really of an age? I begged the ringmaster until he finally agreed to let me do it. I'm kind of rushing through these because we kind of know where everything's going now, and I kind of want to just get to the end. Ever since then, I've been in incredible physical shape. That's also when I decided to form a group with my brother. We call ourselves the Flying... Okay, the Flying Dinglingberries. That's a little bit crude, and it's nearly a household name. Have you even heard of them in Germany? The point is that I want to be of some use to the circus. You're truly a remarkable young man. The judge keeps looking at Elkiro almost like a proud father. That was my sole purpose in life. Do you ever have any trouble with the ringmaster? No. How could you ask such a thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of this witness's testimony? Or the heartfelt emotions contained within? You better think about this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You better think hard. How? No matter how you look at it, there's no way I could see this witness ever taking the victim's life. Exactly. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, I agree with him. I was trying to chase down the truth, but I ended up just looking like a jerk. I think that will be enough for now. Pondering whether or not this man would kill the ringmaster leads me to believe that he wasn't trying to kill him. We know that. It's pretty unlikely. Exactly right, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I'd just like to know, can you provide an explanation as why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? No. Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason why the Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow. Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so full-heartedly foolish. Did you forget? You made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was. This is the real killer of Russell Berry, ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? Acro, you didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? Order, order. Bailiff, I don't care who it is, smack anyone who's loud in the face. Twice if you must. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to his court? You're attempting to imply that Echo is trying to kill someone else? I sure am. Regina Berry? This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you? You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. You could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all you have to do is say you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough, Mr. Wright. Allow me to... Ow. The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. Huh? And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence now. I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro's out to kill this young girl. So, there's a bunch of different stuff that fit for this. But, I don't know which one they actually want. I would think... Oh, there's no, fact about the... the lion? I'm going to present Bat. All right, Mr. Wright. At this point, the only thing that's important is evidence. This better not be a bluff. You're not going to. Now, you're not going to fool me, Mr. Feast, right? Sorry, just fix my posture. Those two are finishing each other's sentences now. It must be the special bond between Whipper and Whipped. My patience is wearing thin, Mr. Wright. Oh, so apparently that wasn't it? They want the evidence. I mean, it's a scarf? It's either the scarf or the line, so we're going to do the line, or the scarf. All right, Mr. Wright, at this point... Okay. Apparently that's not it either. I guess I'm going to do the lion. And if that's wrong, I guess I'll have to reload. Okay, I guess I got it wrong. Yeah, then for this case... See, this is like weird. They're going to find him guilty, I'm going to have to reload. Oh, I guess the other thing I could have done was the... Yeah, okay. That's fine. Get us to where we can reload, please. Now we're going to have to skip through a bunch of stuff. So the other thing I had was the note, but I don't see how that's necessarily... Oh, that's proof of why he... About how he was trying to get Regina, I guess. I guess I should have done the note. I'm going to click through this fast. We're on a roll. So this is the thing that aggravates me about this game. I know exactly like what I'm trying to prove. It's not the right piece of evidence. I could have explained, well, I'm presenting Bat's profile because he thinks Regina killed Bat. I'm presenting a line because it's part of the accident from then. There's all this stuff that goes along with it. Okay. Clicking like a madman trying to get to go. I don't think there's like a skip shortcut. If there was, I could use that. Okay. This time we will pick that we don't need to cross-examine him. So that should save some time. What's that? Why was the ringmaster murdered? No need, okay. Yada yada. I can't provide one because he wasn't trying to kill him. Okay. Go, 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 go. I can't imagine, like, going through an entire case and messing up right at the end and having to redo the entire thing. I guess you can save in the middle of it. I think we're almost there. Yes, he was trying to kill Regina. And the evidence we need to present the note that he slipped in Regina's pocket. I guess it makes sense that we should have done that. I mean, what was the exact question they were asking? Show me evidence. I want to know why Acker would want to kill Regina Barry. So the why is the accident. And the brother. But the note is the real proof, I suppose. Yep, different dialogue immediately. Acker, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat, Acker wrote this note. It's ironically entitled, "To the Murderer." Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Barry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Problem? Acker did indeed place this note in someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean It wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for is none other than Regina Berry. Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours is the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the ringmaster, saw the note. That's correct. The ringmaster ended up in the plaza instead of Regina. He was killed because of that mistake, instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that Echo gave us earlier today. Lifting the bus and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force in my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. Echo had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I've got it. Echo thought it was Regina down in the plaza, and that's when he let the bus fly. Hey, Nick. Isn't Regina listening to all this from the audience? She is, unfortunately. It's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it. Echo wrote this note to Regina. Foolishly foolish fool, with foolishly foolish fool ideas out of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish you even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes? What about that line? If the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? Yeah, the whole thing is there's spots where she just says fool like 20 times in a sentence. That and whipping people. What? What did you just say? The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. Was this an incident that it is alluded to in the note? The incident 6 months ago. I know all about it. The incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show this court what happened at that time. Moron. Oh, she said moron instead of fool. Wait, are you sure that relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. The conclusive evidence about the incident 6 months ago is actually... It's either the pepper or the scarf. I'm going to do the scarf first. What? This is it? Well, I kind of figured that I'd try to get rid of evidence I didn't need anymore. Okay. From now on, you can do this sort of things at home on your own time. Hold on. Just in case this is like another stupid thing, I'm going to save. So I don't have to replay that whole thing again. Please present this conclusive evidence, Mr. Wright. Achoo. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Achoo. What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright, so what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you could draw. Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. You're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, that answer this question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? I don't think she intended to kill him. I think it might just be a coincidence, but that is Echo's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Echo could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? You spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Echo's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state. A lion? Miss Regina Berry is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder. He's the victim of an accident. I see. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? I think it was an accident. But there's more to it than that, but it's also an accident. I might have messed that up. It's essentially our man knows when to give up, Mr. Phoenix, right? It's impossible for Mr. Berry murder attempt, isn't it? Instigating a lion to attack. Whoever heard of something like that? You'd think that the defense claimed this was conclusive evidence. Ugh. A small ball of pepper, a lion. What's their connection? What's the matter, Nick? I figured it out. Wow, it was right in front of my nose the entire time. Your Honor, wait. What is it? The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. It was. He just sneezed. I think. Or unless they're saying, like, she made him sneeze to kill him, which would be super weird. You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix, right? There's no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Echo's brother, Bat. That's just a scarf. Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? It was given to him the day he died, that's right. And who's the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina? There's something more than just blood on the scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. Pepper? Pepper. Regina gave the scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. I think she wanted him to sneeze as a joke. She's very mentally childish, but I don't think she would intentionally want the lion to kill him, though. I don't know. What's with the silent treatment? Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a criminal, but out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? It still seems like the judge just doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix writes, wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling? Right before Bat was bit by the lion, for a moment the lion's mouth changed and it looked like he was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling. However, lions sneeze. Whoa. Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. Bright red. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. What? You fool! You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix, right? This theory, you believe it? You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke, as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. Ha. Ha ha ha. It almost does seem like a terrible joke. Doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true? Acro. You can't mean witness. Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem it's always been. Evidence. If I drop Mac's bus on the top of the ringmaster, where's the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be more precise. The murder weapon. The bus that the defense claims was used. If that were to be found in Edgar's room, if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. See, this is what drives me crazy too. Pretty obviously, our guy didn't commit the murder, so what point, what's the point of continuing on with the trial? The defendant's not guilty. We're now, convicting this other guy of it, but we've done our part. Shouldn't the prosecution figure this part out? The bust. Nick, you've got to do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. Can I save here real quick? I mean, I don't think it's going to make any difference, but I think I don't want to. I think I just want to let it play out. Yeah, I've been in his room. I didn't see it. It might be worthwhile to search Echo's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? It looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma Total Justice. I guess I figured with you, that's the least I should expect. You'd leave no stone unturned. So is the idea she already found it? A Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Echo's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Echo would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright? The bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise. We took Echo directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story. I mean, our guy's still innocent, so I'd what's the point? Just wait a second, something's funny about all this. Ha ha ha. It looks like you lacked the final nail to put in my coffin. That's fine. That's not our job. But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Arg. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust, where is it now? Where's the bust right now? You're Phoenix right. You know where that bust is. I'm sure you do. I'm not sure that I actually do. There's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? It seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen See, that's ridiculous. How has my counter-argument fallen short? I've presented more evidence that this guy's the killer than my client's the killer, so how could you possibly find him guilty? Thank you for your support. Alk. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings to an end the cross-examination of this witness. Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? What? Are you asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait. You can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the lines, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. I don't know where we're going with this. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward. The murder weapon, where is Max's bust now? What? Well, I guess we'll save, because if we get it wrong, we can just do whatever. But Hmm. Hmm. Well, I mean, we just saved, so if we get it wrong, we get it wrong. My guess? It's not in the lodging house I searched there. He wouldn't have been able... my guess is it's on his wheelchair. Or, like, hidden underneath his wheelchair or something. I don't know. We're gonna... Yeah, it's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. Yeah, the witness stand is what we'll go with. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say, hide a bust under there. Ha 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 ha. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. I guess we got it right. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over, which is why you had to hide it in the only place that you could hide it. Under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again, would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Why wouldn't they have, like, I guess, was he escorted to the courthouse? Because otherwise, while he was on his way, why didn't he just, like, chuck it out from underneath the wheelchair? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Franziska von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search in my room last night? There are two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know? But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. The only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And how to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. Me, make a mistake? Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is she actually supposed to be nice? I don't know. And soon we finally arrived at the truth. Acro. Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. We did it. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard, you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely, that she would laugh innocently when saying it. Too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So are you saying that you were a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. Oh, now he's crying. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first, I thought I'd kill myself. Then I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I just couldn't, not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Manx. Manx, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. Yay! Even though it was proven we were not guilty like a long time ago. This court is adjourned. We did technically fail it once, which is unfortunate, but... Fabulous. But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congrats, but only at max 1 million of them. Thank you. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about Acro. No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? Wah. She's been like this for a while now. Wah. It's all my fault. Sweetie pie. Bat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina, Miss Wright, tell me something. What do you want to know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end. I just couldn't up and leave yet. Does that mean that Acro, is he going to try and get his revenge on me? I don't think so. He's not going to do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? You're really sure I can believe that? Yep, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? I want to know why. I want to know you're not just making up that stuff about Acro not wanting revenge. I'm assuming, like, I present the profile of Bat. I mean, that would make sense, I would think. But yeah, I mean, that's what we'll do. If it's wrong, I don't think he really cares. Because he knew Bat just wanted to be your friend. Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. Bat. That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. I never knew. Now Acro's been caught. Uh-huh. I know. What? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes. And then until he can meet Acro again. That's so sweet of you, Regina. I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Bat. Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and revoke the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? That's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I've made a decision. What is it? I've decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn this circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen? Don't laugh. That's quite the goal. Yay, I can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. Huh? There's only one thing the best circus in the world is... The best circus the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means the circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max. Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina, you're going to help them out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me. What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you to the court today? We've got to work together to make the Big Berry Circus bigger than it's ever been. Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the Big Berry Circus without Regina Berry. Monks. Nick. It seems like everything is going to turn out all right here. I can't wait to go see the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats. I'm going to keep going forever. Alright, does that wrap it up? Is there a little more extra thing? I see what made the case. Yesterday's surprise raid. It really paid off just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? It was just a theory. If Akko really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Is she leaving? Of course. Well, detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Ecker's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the chief prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, he's the character from the first game. He's friends with Phoenix. He's the one who made him or got him into being an attorney, but this whole game's been around. What happened to him? So there's one episode left, which we're not going to start now, because I'm glad we got it all the way through this one. Didn't have to stop at a weird spot. But I'm assuming the last case is bringing him back for some purpose. But we will save it real quick. And then we are probably going to go ahead and call it there. Peachy, I saw you hung around through the entire thing there. I'm glad you stopped by. Glad to have someone chatting in the stream for the first time since I started doing this as a VTuber. So I'm glad you were here, and thanks again for the follow. If you do want to check out the rest of the playthrough, my thing's frowning all the time. If you want to watch, I've got the VODs uploaded on YouTube of the previous streams. If you want to check it out to see more of it, it's all pretty long. This was the longest case of all of them so far. If you want to check out the next case, I'm probably gonna be back on Sunday. I'll definitely be back on Sunday unless like something comes up. The plan, time-wise, probably around the same time this stream started, which was like 6:30 or 7. I think it was around 6:30 Eastern. That's probably gonna be on. But if you do want to check out the VODs, I think there's a link to my YouTube channel at the bottom thing. The only thing I've uploaded on there right now is the VODs, if you want to check them out. But I do want to thank you for stopping by. Made it a lot more fun. But yeah, Sunday, probably around 6:30 is what I'm expecting, 6:30 Eastern. If you want to swing by, otherwise, I mean, you can always check out the VODs too, and or the VOD when that one goes up. That one's probably going to be a fairly long stream too. We won't get through an entire case. That case, I'm guessing, is going to be like 6 hours. So we'll probably try to do like 3 and 3 or something like that. But that's anything else I kind of want to go over? No, that's about it. I don't have like a fancy outro or like a sign off or anything like that. So thanks again for stopping by. Thanks to anyone else who might be watching this as a VOD as things go along. Hopefully we do start to pull in some more viewers and get to have more fun and explore some other games and different things along the line. Thanks again, Peachy, and anyone else who stopped by. I think I saw the viewer count go up and down a few times, so maybe we had a few other people swing by. But thanks very much for hanging out. I'm going to take off, and I will see you again hopefully on Sunday. Peace.